This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Lollipop, blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchased with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show on the radio, the top's where we gonna go. Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by EJDConstruction.com, where you can trust their team of construction experts. American Dream Lending. Go to adreamlending.com. Stop dreaming and start living your best life. Perdermo Cigars. Experience a Perdermo way. Go to PerdermoCigars.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OKCoin Studios. OKCoin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OKCoin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OKCoin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We ready? We ready to rock and roll on a beautiful Tuesday. Hope you all are doing well out there. Yes, Sean Stanley is dominating, mastering this program like he does every single day. Good morning, Sean. Hope you are doing well, sir. Hope you all are doing well out there. Market is actually cruising along, which is a beautiful thing. I like it. I like to see that. We got a loaded show for you today, as always, man. We're going to be here a while today because obviously we've got about 5 guests today on the program. So there's a bunch of things to do on the show. We got Cameron Wolf at 10:30. We got Manny Navarro at 11:30. We got Omar Kelly at 12:15. And then we have George Richards to talk a little hockey, and that'll be at 1 o'clock. And then Anthony Chang will make his, not his debut because he's been on the show several times, but, his debut as the insider and our liquor split Miami Heat reports, since we're looking forward to that. So we're going to have that also with Anthony. So looking forward to all of that good stuff. And we got plenty of things to talk about here in the world of sports. Loaded program. And let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, I just got a note from Manny. Manny's also got COVID. Manny's going to come on at 11:30. But so we got insiders like Omar and Manny. For those of you that think that COVID's still not around, you know what I'm saying? And so it's around. Be careful. Still take it easy. I'm going to get double boosted today at 3 o'clock. I cannot wait. I'm looking forward to it, man. I need it badly. Anyway, so I'm afraid, really, seriously, going to Vegas. Yeah, I kind of want to protect myself going to Vegas. And listen, I know I'm going to meet a lot of you in Vegas. And, people are going to want to take pictures and things like that. And I'm not the kind of guy, oh, my God, stay away from me. I want to protect myself, but, obviously I still want to have a life. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm going to get a little double boosted today so we can get a little extra protection. How many of you are double boosted, by the way? Those of you that are on the chat board right now. And don't forget, please, to smash the hell out of the like button. How many of you are double boosted already? I would imagine maybe no one in the chat board, all right? Because I would imagine very few people have gone out to go get the second boost at this point. I don't even know how many of you, how about this? Put V for vaccinated, VB for vaccinated boosted, and VBB for vaccinated boosted. How about that? Put that on the list. See how many of you, I want to know how many of you, I mean, oh my God, if it's so secretive about this, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But I'm just out of curiosity, how many of you just vaccinated? How many of you are vaccinated and boosted? And how many of you have vaccinated and boosted now at this point? But it's like I'm watching our guys here. They're catching it left and right now. And it's like, whoa, man. Kind of sucks. Man. Anyway, so we are locked and loaded for a while here on the program. Let me see what the results are here on the board here so far. VB, NV. Let's see. VBBB. What was that third B for? Damn. Triple B's? Triple D's are fun. I don't know about triple B's. Triple B's are fun. Triple D's are probably even better.
Oh, yeah.
People agree. Let's see. Vaccinated and infected. There you go. You are supercharged. And, listen, maybe I got infected too, and I have no idea because you just don't know. But those of you that got infected and you're vaccinated, you are the superhuman, actually. Those are the people that have the most juice of all. I'm not telling you to go out and get it because you have no idea what it's going to do to you. So don't don't go doing that. I'm just saying. Big O, good morning from New England. There we go. Oh, by the way, prayers, and I hope everybody is safe throughout the southeast of the United States. I know a lot of our friends in the Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee area, northern Texas. I know all of you in the Panhandle going into Georgia, and then by tomorrow into the Carolinas and all of that. So, folks, our prayers, and be safe. Protect yourselves, because obviously we've got some nasty ass storms that are going through the southeast corridor of the country, and it's been really brutal what's gone on. I think they said in Tornado Alley that they were averaging like 93 storms in the last month on average, and this past month was like 200 and something. Yeah. Like it's a crazy ass number, the amount, and apparently Tornado Alley has kind of moved a little bit more to the east, and that's kind of scary for the people that are a little bit more in that area that I just talked about, because they could be facing. So for all of our friends in the southeast, I'd be remiss if I did not mention my thoughts are with you. My heart is with you. I hope you all are safe out there. As you protect yourselves from these nasty storms that are going through that part of the country. So if you know anybody out there in that area, please reach out to them. Make sure everybody's all right, and maybe they might need some help. Hopefully everybody will be good. Yes, I am. Yes, I'm wearing a Strikers. I'm wearing a Strikers jersey today. Yes, I am. Yes. Very good eye on your part. Yes. What's it called? UV and got it and survived off of apples and oranges and bananas, as well as Dayquil and NyQuil. You're lucky. It's Russian roulette. You have no idea what it's going to do from one person to another. Good morning, Big O. Checking in. It's like 36 from Pompano Beach. Vaccinated and going for second booster. Nice. Good for you. Good for you. Moynihan says, vaccinated and infected. Doctor won't let me take booster. Antibody count is too high. That's great, Mike. Good for you, dude. That's fantastic. You don't need to take the antibody if your antibodies. I mean, you don't need to take the vaccine or the boost if your antibodies are high. Yeah, no, that's a great move on your part, my brother. Morning, huge fan here in Sacramento. Thank you. The only reason I wouldn't take the booster normally. I would probably wait several months to take the booster, but because I'm going to Vegas at the end of the month, that's the only reason I'm taking the booster, because I know I'm going to run into people from all over the world in Vegas. So I know I'm going to be exposed to all kinds of, people. And so I just want a chance to, and again, as you all know, or no, I'm sorry. As some of you may not know, I have 5 stents in my heart. So I have to be, ultra careful with all of this. You know what I mean? And if any of you give a shit about this program, you should be happy that I'm getting boosted, right? If you want the program to survive, the host has got to survive. You know what I'm saying? So, it kind of goes hand in hand, the host surviving and the show surviving. So, I got to do what I got to do, man. It's worked out for me so far the last couple of years here doing this. So, and I haven't stopped working one bit. I did not go into my house and not do any work and all that. Anybody that's followed this show has not stopped me from doing what I need to do. Traveling, working, whatever. But I am going to protect myself while I'm at it. Let's see. And by the way, for blank slate, I'm glad that I heard they caught one of the gunmen in that shooting in Sacramento, one of the scumbags. Do we once we prove they shot and killed people? It's like the guy here in Broward. Like, what's the decision? What's this? Where's the decision? Fry his ass. What's this scumbag's name? Nicholas Cruz or something? In fact, every member that lost a family, give him a Louisville bat so they can take a couple swings at his ass. Then you juice him. Okay, that's how you. Yeah, that's how you put Nicholas Cruz out. Okay, and you put it on public television so other murderers can see you frying their asses like right away. That's how you cut crime out in this country. You put these scumbags out quickly and don't give them any reason to survive or even, find themselves innocent or anything along those lines. This is terrible, bro. We're sitting there and this guy's, what is there to decide with this guy from the school shooting in Broward? What is there to decide? What is there to decide once we catch the guys from Sacramento? What is there to decide? Man, it's just like, I have no idea how people think like this. I don't know how, what was it? What was that thing? A husband or they're in a fight. He stabs her. She presses charges. He then he finds her at a Jewish community center and shoots her dead. Like, what the hell is this, dude? What the hell is going on in this country? Like, wow. It's just can you just divorce the woman? Do you have to hit her? Do you have to stab her? Do you have to kill her? I mean, have we ever learned to just say goodbye? You're hurt. Your heart hurts. Okay. You move on. It's this thing now. You say Albert Pujols, not that I'm going to lump him with these people, but my man is divorcing his wife fresh off of brain surgery. It's like one of those things, like, what happened to, you have 5 kids with that woman. Like, how about standing by her side, wait till she's completely cured and the surgery went well and she's completely healthy, and you wait a year or 2 after that and you say, honey, at least whatever happened to just some common decency, bro? George Lopez, his wife gave him a kidney and then he divorced her right after. It's like, what, dude? Like, what is this, man? Like, where is the decency in this world? It's the weirdest, the shit that goes on and I see in the news every day. Just, wow. It's just stuff that I can't comprehend any of it. Can't comprehend people just opening fire in a Sacramento street and just killing people. Or Nicholas Cruz walking into, Stoneman Douglas and just, these are things that you can't comprehend any of this. And when I read the Pujols thing, it's like, dude, you're leaving your wife in the middle of brain surgery? Like, that's the mother of your 5 kids? Like, weird, man. It's just, these are just things. Oh, yes, I am a George Carlin fan, Josh Sackett. Who wouldn't be a George Carlin fan? I'm 55. Of course I'm a George Carlin fan. I grew up with George Carlin. Yes. I love George Carlin. Big O, the way to stop the gun violence is in America's stricter gun laws. Amen to that. The death penalty isn't a deterrent. Violent crime has gone down for decades. There's no correlation between the death penalty. Well, the correlation that I find is that they get away with too much crap. That's the problem. That once you jail these guys, they need to be in jail forever. You can't keep giving these people a break because all they do is you let them out to commit bigger crimes. That's our problem. So I disagree with you. I don't think our laws are strict enough. We worry too much about all the bullshit crimes, and we don't punish enough the serious crimes. You know, we allow people that kill 5, 10, 20 people to be in jail for 30 years and 80 appeals. Get the hell out of here, dude. That's ridiculous. No, and that would be the bigger deterrent would be if actually we were really tough on crime. I'm talking about incredibly tough on crime. And you have to start not with death. You have to start with theft. You have to work your way up. You have to make people pay a strict price for other crimes too. And then when it gets to the bigger crimes, your life is done. And that's what has to happen. And the problem is you allow these criminals to continue to get away and get away and get away. And they assault a woman and they're out in the street a week later. And then they're assaulting a child. And then they're killing an old lady. And then they're, it's like I saw a bunch of kids. The crime against Hasidic Jews in Brooklyn right now is out of control. They're just beating Jewish people up for no reason at all. Like, no reason. None. 5-4 kids walk up and just beat the crap out of somebody. These are things that you cannot tolerate, dude. You just can't tolerate. And then you need to pay a serious price for things like this. And that's how you deter crime. Because I'm 55. I've never had to kill somebody, hit somebody, beat somebody, rob somebody, hit my wife, beat my daughter, or whatever. It's pretty easy to go 55 years without committing crimes. It's like super easy. It's the easiest thing. I don't have any desires to walk up and down the street and beat an Asian person out of the blue. It doesn't cross my mind. It didn't cross my mind when I was 15 years old, 25 years old, and it's not going to cross my mind when I'm 55. So I'm not exactly sure how difficult it is to stay out of major trouble. It seems incredibly easy to me to choose not to hold up a store or to rape somebody or to beat somebody. I don't know. Sounds like a pretty easy decision not to make, right? Like, yeah, I'm not going to steal a car. Why would I want to be in jail? Yeah, no, I'm not going to, beat on a cop or do whatever. It's pretty easy. Life is pretty easy in that sense. So I disagree with you, bro. Our problem is that our laws aren't tough enough all the way through. When you start paying serious prices for other laws that, for other crimes that you commit, when you do armed robbery, well, man, my brother, I'm sorry. You committed a crime with a gun. You need to serve a long ass time so you can learn your lesson. It's the way it is. What desire do you have to pick up a gun and go rob somebody, bro? Where's that desire coming from? Nothing. That should not even cross your mind. So that's our problem. And all right, let's get to sports. Big O, that's because you're mentally ill. Mental illness and drug abuse plays the biggest factors. Oh, that's because you're not mentally ill. Okay, I'm sorry. Now, you know what, dude? I don't give people. See, that's another problem, Mike, we have in this world. We give people the easy out that they're all mentally ill. They're all depressed. They're all what are all the different ailments that we have in this country that we talk about? And then they use it as a crutch and an excuse when they're really just a bad person. Sometimes you're just a bad human being. That's just the way it is. It's not that you're this or that or blame that. No. Sometimes you're just a bad human being. Period. That's it. Putin is not crazy. Putin is a dirtbag piece of crap. That's all it is. He's a scumbag, like that entire Russian government. They're all dirtbags, and the entire world should choke them all the way down financially until the Russians wake up and say, yeah, we need to get this clown out of here. Sometimes you're just a bad human being, period. Jeffrey Loria is a bad human being, period. End of story. Doesn't matter how you want to shape it. I'm not telling you he's a criminal. I'm telling you he's a piece of shit. That's all. Pretty simple. Some people are just bad human beings and different levels, obviously. Albert Pujols leaving his wife in the middle of brain surgery, bad human being, dude. That's disgusting. That's not what a man does. That's not what a father and a husband does, bro. That's the mother of your children. You wait. You're going to divorce her anyways, right? You want to leave her. Stay there, bro. Stay there until the woman is healthy, to make sure she's healthy, and then she can take care of the kids and move on and have her life. Sometimes you're just a bad human being, dude, and you make terrible decisions. Enough of the excuses. That's the problem in our society. We allow people to make too many excuses. That's the problem. When it's really not that. They hide behind things and ailments that people really have, and then they use that as the crutch. And then that's how they get away with all this stuff. That's the problem. Nizzle says, morning, recovering from successful shoulder labrum surgery yesterday. I'm laid up in bed, but thanks to you guys, I'm not alone. Love to all. Your health is wealth. Thank you, Nizzle. Get better, my brother. I appreciate you, man. That's awesome. And thank you for tuning in and keeping us locked. Andrew Tenbush gives us a little love on Venmo. Thank you, sir. He says, it's highway robbery that I've been watching you for so long and have never donated. Keep up the great work. You two, best show on the web. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very nice of you. I appreciate it. And of course, Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show there if you want to make the donation, ladies and gentlemen. Always appreciate it. Sean and I always appreciate your incredible support here on the program. What else do we have here? Most mass shootings happen in gun-free zones. It doesn't matter to me whether it's gun or no gun free zone or none of that. Don't get into technicalities, dude. Okay? Every crime that's happened in this country with guns, there's plenty of places where they allow guns or they don't, or whatever it is, whether it's in New York or whether it's in Florida or whether it's in California. It doesn't matter, dude. Okay? It's about paying the price for these things. And unfortunately, they don't. All right. We got Heat and Hornets tonight. We got a loaded show for you today. Cameron Wolf is going to join us at 10:30. We got, like I said, Heat and Hornets at 7:30 at the FTX Arena. I got a couple things I definitely want to talk about with that matchup. We got the Panthers on tonight against the Maple Leafs, and that is at FLA Live Arena. So not only are both in town, but both are on tonight. I don't like that, as I've told you many times. It's a pain in the ass to have both of these teams because they're both really good, man. And it's like you don't want to miss anything. And there's storylines in both of them, and we'll get to them here on the show as it goes on. Congratulations to Kansas. They defeated UNC last night, 72-69. Those of you that laid the 4 points, boy, you were hoping for the inbound, the foul, and the kid at least to make the first of the two to tie it and to tie it at the point spread part, make it 4 points, and at least you got the push, right? You didn't even get the push because the kid steps out of bounds And that cost a lot of people money, dude. That out of bounds cost a lot of people money, man. Last night, I felt I didn't really bet the game. I would have laid the 4, by the way. I would have lost that game last night. I guarantee I liked Kansas laying the 4. I thought they'd win by 5, 6, 7 points easy. I thought not that it would be an easy win, but I thought they'd do enough to win past the 4 points. I didn't think they'd blow them out or anything, but I thought they were the better team. And what a comeback by them, obviously, biggest comeback in history and all that stuff. And it was fun to watch. I'll admit that it was fun to watch. But, man, that out of bounds, it was like I felt bad. How many of you out there were, like, pissed right there with that stepping out of bounds? Because if he goes to the free throw line after he gets fouled and he hits both, you win the game. Boom, you're in. And Vegas, as always, they're right on the effing number, dude. 4. And it was a 3-point game. It really is amazing, man. Let's see. What else do we have here? I wonder, you need a computer and TV going at the same time to watch the Panthers and Heat, or multiple TVs. Big O should do the show from Bitcoin this week. I would. Maybe we'll start doing those kind of things down the line. Listen, here's the thing. I'll be completely and totally transparent to you. There is no way you will ever catch me at a Bitcoin convention where I have to pay, what is it, $1,000, $1,500 to go to it? No, dude. I'll use the $1,000 or $1,500 to put it into Bitcoin. I'm not going to give away $1,000 or $1,500 to go to a convention that I'm not really going to learn that much anymore. Because I put in hours every day on crypto. So why would I need a convention to? It's not going to educate me. Now, if I can go as a media member, they give me a media credential where I can go do my show from there, which is what Sean and I plan to set up down the line. I will do that. There is no way in hell I am paying, $1,000 in Bitcoin to go to the convention, or $1,500 or whatever it is. No, dude. No. Can't do that. And they have a good list of people that are there, and I understand all of that, but they're not going to say anything. A lot of those people, I already see and hear from them all week long, every day. If Michael Saylor's there, dude, I see Michael Saylor 5-6 times a week. By the way, he just bought almost 200 million more in Bitcoin. Yeah. Price is going to start shooting up again. So it's the institutional money is the foundational money. The retail money is the one that becomes the icing on the cake. I'm just saying. I'm not a financial advisor. Just telling you what I'm seeing. Big O, any Heat watch parties this year? Yes, we are working on that as we speak. We are trying to finalize some Heat watch parties. Yes, we are working on all of that. Why are people listening to these talking heads who say outlandish things for clicks? Because you will listen to them for the outlandish clicks. Barry says, looking forward to seeing you here in Vegas. We are looking forward to being in Vegas at the end of the month, Barry. And we'll be back in July also for the NBA Summer League. Hopefully we'll be in Vegas quite a bit. Okay, quite a bit. Let's see. Big O, very smart on convention. No reason to pay. No, dude, you know what it is to pay $1,000, $1,500? No, dude, I'm an investor. I'm not here to give you money. I'm here to find out information. So I'll cover it for you guys and bring on some of the Bitcoin people and all that to talk to them. I'll do that. But no, I'm not paying to go, and I'm not really going to learn that much anymore at this point. I'm going to a free Celsius Bitcoin event this Friday. Adrian, you're a smart man. You're a smart man. Where's that at, by the way? Is that in South Florida or where are you at, Adrian? Let's see. Tony says, where's your oh, okay, you're talking to somebody else. Do you think the Finns sign Eric Flowers and JC Treader to give the Finns a veteran offensive line? No, Richard. No. Richard, the problem with some fans out there is I think you're misunderstanding what was going on. And I think you've misread what's happened with the offensive line, like a lot of people, by the way. You're not the only one, Richard. Okay? Those of you out there that think none of the linemen can play, you're wrong. Those of you that think that every one of the picks was a bad pick, that you're guaranteed that Eichenberg and Jackson and Hunt and what is it? Who am I missing here now? Eichenberg, Hunt, Dieter, and Kinley. If you think all five suck, you're wrong. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's pretty simple. The bigger problem was, and if you listened to the show last year, some of you actually would have learned a goddamn thing. The coaching is the problem. They couldn't coach these guys up. And again, if you listen to the show, some of you would have learned a goddamn thing. I told you, you can't succeed with an offensive line coach that has no experience whatsoever, offensive coordinators with no experience whatsoever, quarterbacks coach with no experience whatsoever, and 5 or 4 offensive linemen with no experience whatsoever, and a journeyman that had no business starting. Oh, and by the way, no dominant running back to at least try to make your life easy. So if those of you listen and watch the show last year, you would have learned and understood that it was already set for failure. And where a lot of you will end up getting proven wrong by slamming all of the young linemen is these coaches will figure it out, and 2 or 3 of these guys will end up becoming good players for them. And then down the line, you're going to say, in hindsight, you're going to go, wow, I overreacted on all the offensive linemen. Some of them were actually good. It's just they had terrible coaching. And I think some people have finally caught up to that, but I still think there's a lot of people like our boy here who was Richard, who are in this mindset that they think all the draft picks sucked. And if you think that, I think you're wrong. Pretty simple. I think you don't understand football. Put it that way. If you think all 5 linemen can't play, I think you're wrong. I think you don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's pretty simple. It was coaching, the problem here. And some of those guys will turn out to be good players in this league. For the Dolphins, and who knows, for somebody else like Billy Turner did. And what the one thing that damaged everything last year was Brian Flores and his offensive staff. That was the problem last year more than anything. It's not Tua, it's the people around Tua. It's not the offensive linemen, it's the people around the offensive linemen. Those are the people that cost you a trip to the playoffs last year. And that's why Brian Flores' ass is out on the street and a linebackers coach now for Pittsburgh. All right, let's get to a little football talk with Cameron Wolf and our KSDT Miami Dolphins and NFL report.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. You suck at lighting. I just want you to all the time.
I'm in my daughter's room right now, so I closed the blinds because I thought it would be better lighting.
Yeah. Is there any way you can lean that way to that wall?
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
You're right, and then the light will be, and then that way it looks good. You like Dude, you're like the only good-looking person on this segment is you. Why would you want them to see my face? You know what I'm saying?
Is this better or worse?
Slightly better. Slightly better.
Let me see what
it could get better if you had a cat, a cat, and you were petting it, and you can just act like you were working for Spectre. You know.
Hold on one second. Actually, I'm gonna move.
No, that's much better there. That's much better. It's much better.
Much better.
Yes, much better.
All right, let me move.
Yeah, no, I mean when you were sitting down, it was fine.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, dude, we can see you. That's good. Don't worry about it. You don't go completely crazy on me there. There we go. That's fine. It's fine. We can live. There we go. That's beautiful right there. There you go. That's it. That's a GQ cover right there if I've ever seen one.
Perfect. Yeah, so I have like a ring light and all that stuff in my TV setup room, but my daughter's in there right now. So I figured it would be better quiet in this room.
The boss is taking over. So what are you going to do, right? When the boss is taking over, you lose. You know, you
right. I messed up. I told my wife I'm not doing TV today, as far as like working, and she's like, okay, well then Layla's going to commandeer your room, and so that's the way it's been.
Well, what are you going to do? Kick her out? No, dude.
No. I just live here. You know, I just live here and pay for the bills. Everything else is they run this.
I know. I've lived it for decades. I know already, bro.
Right.
I know your life. I'm in it. Anyway, although the good thing is, my daughter's out already, so now it's just me and the old lady and a bunch of dogs. So that's the good thing. So it's a little more quiet in my house than yours at this point in time. Nick Needham, he signs his restricted tender, which was expected. And the question I have is, if he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year, and I was thinking about this, and I was going to talk a little bit about this on the show. Are we looking at a rent-a-player for a year because you're paying so much money to your starting corners?
Yeah.
I almost can't see you giving another big contract to your slot corner, but I can see you drafting and developing another one. Or here's the caveat. They say, Noah, we're going to try to make you a slot corner this year. And you're also going to back up Nick if he needs it. And we might end up grooming you for the future or something. I don't even think he's really suited for the slot, to be honest with you. But I almost feel like the Nick Needham thing, it's great to have him, but enjoy him while you have him, because I think it's kind of a one-year thing because of what's happening on the edges. Your thoughts on that?
No, that's actually a great point. What's interesting about the slot corner position is it's become more of a starting position. So previously you saw guys not making under $10 million, even the top slot corners, because you're only playing 50% of the snaps. Now your slot corner is playing 80% of the snaps. And so you got to treat him as such. You saw the way they valued him because they put a second round tender on him, which was, $3.5 million, only like $1.5 million more, but it showed they didn't want to lose him.
Right.
But it's also a position where I think, like you mentioned, with X and Byron Jones there, you're not going to want to pay big money to three guys. I think there's a decent chance if Byron doesn't have a great year that he's going to be expendable. I think that you're already going to see him getting through the third year of his guarantees. There were some type of calls as far as trades before, but now they've guaranteed his contract. So he's set in 2022. But I could imagine a scenario where in 2023, if they got rid of Byron, then they would pay Nick and then have to find another guy that could be an outside corner if it's not Noah. But as of now, assuming if Byron and X are both back, then yeah, I think Nick Needham would get a higher amount of salary on the open market. I don't think the Noah experiment inside is going to work because I've asked for it for 2 years. Trust me, I've asked a lot of people in that building privately and publicly.
I know.
And
yeah, I know.
It just has not been something they've been interested in. So, and the defensive staff is largely the same. So, Mike McDaniel's a new head coach. So if he really wants to force it, he can, but he's more of that offensive mind. So I don't know if anything changes from Josh Boyer and his staff on making Nick Needham, Noah Igbenogany an inside corner. So I think right now you're probably right on maybe drafting a guy with one of those middle round picks, developing him and hoping that maybe he could fill that Nick Needham role and next year.
Yeah, no, and listen, from what I'm told, Noah doesn't have the hips to play the slot. which is really the key, because you've got to be able to turn either direction, because receivers can turn you in either direction, and you have to have incredible hips.
Right.
When you're on the boundary, you don't need the same thing, because you're actually using the boundary as a defender, so you can actually you don't get spun around.
Right. And the other thing, Big O, about the slot is that the slot, you have to have great instincts, because a lot of it's so quick twitch. And so Noah, I don't want to kill the kid, because like we've talked about, he's only been playing cornerback for 3 or 4 years, and he hasn't been on the field a lot. But he's a longer and lankier guy, so it's really harder. He's longer and lanky. So they brought him in as a developmental corner, which I don't think you should have spent a first round pick on. But regardless, they brought him in as a developmental corner. And a lot of the development is having him learn the nuances of the game, learn different releases, learn how to recognize when a receiver is running this route versus that route. And some of the best slot corners I've covered were so natural in film study and being able to recognize quarterback play, but also being able to break on the ball when they immediately saw it. So as a longer, lankier dude who's athletic, he's fast, he's athletic, but I don't know that he's quick twitch. So I know you want him to fill a role, you want him to be on the field, but I think the best route is to continue to develop him as an outside corner. And if it doesn't work there, I might even try to consider moving him to safety and see if that works for him, as a free safety. So
yeah. Maybe they test him against tight ends and stuff like that now, since he is kind of a taller corner. Maybe they can use him against those kind of guys, and he is athletic. We're going to see him on the field, or he's going to get traded, one of the two. And I don't know how he gets traded unless you can find somebody that liked him also and says, no, we'll give you a second or third or something like that.
Yeah.
If not, you're going to get a late pick, a third day.
Yeah,
so
I doubt you're getting a second or third round pick for Noah.
So that means you're keeping him, and you got to force the development somehow with him over the next 2 years, because you've got to find out about him somehow. You got to do something with him.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah, you got to. Going into year 3.
Make him a receiver again?
What'd you say? Make him a receiver. They got too many receivers, Big O. That's why they traded Devontae Parker.
I mean, it's just crazy,
I think Noah, and I don't know if they do this or not, but Noah to me is like one of those perfect change of scenery guys for another. You look at and this is a homework assignment for Dolphins fans. Go look at that 2020 draft that Noah was drafted in, and I promise you there are probably 4 or 5 other players in that draft who haven't worked out so far for whatever reason for their team in the first round or early second round. A lot of times you'll see a swap of different players who haven't worked out, and sometimes a fresh start is what you need. So whether it's a guard or center, or whether it's a defensive end or whatever position, a lot of times you can find something, and maybe he wasn't the right fit here. Maybe another coach can get it out of him. But a lot of times in year 3, you're going to know by training camp. I mean, the Dolphins are going to know by training camp if Noah is going to be able to be a contributor for them or not. And that's a lot of times when you see those type trades where, hey, I'll give you Noah, you give me your struggling defensive end, and we'll call it a swap.
Yeah, no, I'm listen, I'm with you. Let's go over the first round here, where it's at after Austin Jackson, Damon Arnett to the Raiders.
Yeah, he's
Chasen went to the Jaguars, the defensive end.
So he's a guy that would be an interesting name because he struggled in Jacksonville, and so he had a really good first year. He's been struggling there. If they went and drafted like an Aiden Hutchinson, and they have Aiden Hutchinson, the pair with Josh Allen, now Chason is like the 3rd or 4th defensive end, that might be a move you might have to throw in like a 6th round pick or something, but that might be a move that I'd be interested in if I was Dolphins.
Yeah, and Hutchinson is going to go so high in this draft. But when I look at him, and then I look at guys that have been drafted in years past, like a J.J. Watt or something like that, like I don't see the dynamic that I've seen from other like nasty defensive ends.
Yeah,
that have been taken early. You know what I'm saying? In this
draft, no, I'm 100% with you. Like even Jadeveon Clowney with his flaws, he at least had flash, right?
Right.
So this guy does not have much flash.
If Jadeveon doesn't suffer that knee injury, we might have seen that nasty ass player that we thought. I mean, he's done a phenomenal job just to fight that knee injury and have a career, dude. I give him a lot of credit in that sense.
Yeah.
But
So I think this draft is like the worst draft I can remember, maybe since the Jake Long draft to have.
But look at this, dude. Jalen Reagor hasn't been great for the Eagles.
That's another guy. You can
Justin
make an easy
Jefferson's
swap.
been awesome. Okay.
Yep.
Kenneth Murray, the linebacker, went to the Chargers.
He's been up and
Cesar
down.
Ruiz.
Yep.
Where's
He's been bouncing up and down. I think he was initially a center. They moved him to guard now. He starts, but he hasn't played super well. So he's another change of scenery guy. So as you notice, everybody has their version of Noah a lot of times in the first round. You know, there's like
Brandon Ayuk. I love him, and hasn't been, what they expect him, but I still like him. Then Jordan Love.
Yep.
Then Jordan Brooks went to the Seahawks, the linebacker.
Yeah,
Patrick Queen. Patrick Queen has worked out for the Ravens. I like him.
Yes.
Isaiah Wilson, the tackle for the Titans.
Yeah, he definitely has not worked out.
Then Noah to us. Then Jeff Gladney, the DB, went to the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
Then Clyde Edwards-Helaire went to the Chiefs, who has played well, but he's had his injuries too.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
T. Higgins to the Bengals, terrific little player. I like him. Michael Pittman to the Colts, excellent player. DeAndre Swift to the Lions. He's
pretty solid player. Moments. He's had some injury issues.
Right. Where are we at here? Xavier McKinney, DB to the Giants.
Yeah.
I mean,
he hasn't had a great career so far.
Yeah, right. It's just like
so there's like my whole point is that there's going to be 5 or 6 guys from pick 19 to 40 that you can look and say, hey, your guy hasn't worked out, my guy hasn't worked out.
But you'll find 2 or 3 that will.
Huh?
But you find we named a whole bunch of them that weren't working out, and there were only a couple that were working out. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Again, it's not to justify anything, but here's the part. There's only one thing that pisses me off the most about Noah Igbinoghene and the periphery. And I'm talking about the periphery is the people talking about him. The kid hasn't played. Right. He's only played a couple of games, dude. And he has 0 experience at that position, bro.
Yep.
He was a receiver at Auburn, and they changed him over to corner. That guy doesn't think like a corner yet. That guy doesn't act like a corner yet. And if he doesn't play, he'll never learn to be a damn corner either at the same time. And that's what I think a lot of people have been very unfair to Noah because they don't give him any benefit of the doubt at all.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think there's time. You got to give it time, but you also it's a now league. So you got to figure out if can this guy play or not. And that's why sometimes I think there's nothing wrong with a change of scenery. Like you mentioned, and I know we talked about a lot of receivers here in Miami, but a Jalen Reagor, if you follow Philadelphia, they've been just as disappointed, if not more, on a guy like that, particularly because they took him over Justin Jefferson. He's a guy who, maybe if you want to make a swap there, he becomes your 4th receiver here, lower expectations, and he's a returner. You can uncover some things, and maybe that you have more value of Jalen Reagor as your 4th receiver than Noah as your 4th cornerback. Some of that's just balance, So a lot of these, and I'm just playing spitball. I'm just playing fantasy GM.
Chris, hire Cam. Hire Cam.
I'm just playing fantasy GM, but a lot of times, you never know. And
good idea, by the way. Huh? You pulled something out of your ass right there. That was really good, bro. That was solid, bro. That was like. That you were freestyling there. You're like, if you were in 8 Mile right now, you would have crushed Eminem right now with that rap right there. I'm serious. That's a nice move, Reagor, for Igbinoghene, and I like that.
And it's one of those trades where nobody's really hurt, nobody's really upset. It's like, hey, this guy was going to be back up for us. This guy's going to be back up for us. We'll see if it works out. If it doesn't, then we were in the same position we were before. But maybe it does work out. Maybe Reagor fits better here and Noah fits better there. They need a corner. Mike McDaniel said that you never have enough receivers. It's easier to pay Jalen, who's better in space, $2 million than pay Devontae $7 million. So,
Yeah. No,
why not?
Right.
Why not?
Yeah. And they kept the 51 kid. What's his name that they like a lot as a little sleeper? The DB. What's his name?
Trill Williams.
Trill Williams. So maybe they think he's kind of a little bit of a project that he can step in if you get rid of Noah, so he can then be the next guy in line to take over. So that's,
Yep.
something else. All right. Anything else you hearing on the Dolphin end yesterday? Everybody reported. Any nuggets from the reporting?
So the Devontae Parker situation was very interesting because I had been talking with people close to him, and they were a little frustrated because there wasn't a lot of offers or calls going in through the league meetings, right? And so the Dolphins essentially let the agent shop him to other teams, and so that's how the Patriots situation came up, where his agent called Bill Belichick, and Bill Belichick was like, "Yeah, we'd have interest, but we hadn't called them." And they met at a pro day. Belichick and Greer talked it over, and that deal came about. And so I thought it was very interesting trading them to a division rival. I think that shows that you either are A, confident that he won't stay healthy enough to hurt you, or B, not worried about where he is at this point of his career to hurt you. So
and also you have the corners to take him out.
Exactly.
So like most of you have said, X got the best of him in practice anyway.
Right. So you know him. And so they got a 2023 third round pick, which I know a lot of people are making the connection with quarterback, but I think they're really loading up on what's a better draft. A lot of people are trading into 2023 which is a better draft. You just saw Philadelphia, who traded two first round picks for one first round pick for next year's first rounder in a second rounder to the year after, because they know that's going to be a better draft, which is interesting because this is a double dip year coming out of COVID, but it's not a very top heavy draft. It's deep. So it's a good draft to have third and fourth and fifth round, sixth round picks, but first rounders, not a lot of splash players. So I think that was something that was very interesting there. I think Devontae wanted to be a number one receiver. He was going to be a number 3 or 4 here. So, and the Patriots, he's probably going to be the number one option there. So, we'll see if he can stay healthy, but that's one thing there. And then the Xavier Howard deal, I mentioned it on NFL Network, but a lot of people we talked a lot about X, but I think that his signing sends a message to the locker room. Him and Agba getting both signed, like a lot of times the Dolphins, the last 5 or 10 years, you've seen them sign big free agents outside, from Ndamukong Suh to Eric Flowers recently, and Kyle Van Noy and Byron Jones, a lot of guys outside the building. And so when you sign your own best players, you tell people we reward our guys just as much, if not more, than outside guys. So that's
remember that was the past. This is now under Chris Greer.
Right.
So these last 3 years, these are his players now, and this is his regime. So he has to send a message that, hey, if you pay your dues for me, then I am going to take care of you. And that's the message he's sending. That's why we can't lump some of that stuff that happened prior to Greer on him. We have to see how he's handled the last 3 years. And it looks like that's his MO, that he wants to take care of his own right now. It seems like it, at least.
Right, absolutely. And the last nugget, I shared this on TV, but I specifically wanted to share this for Dolphins fans because I know they would care about this. But I had a conversation with X, and I think this will be a fun topic for us to debate this summer, especially as we get into training camp. But I was talking to him about Sam Madison and Patrick Surtain, and we were talking about sort of best corners in NFL history. And I was telling him what Surtain said about him, and he was like, "Oh, those are really great corners, man. But before I'm done here, I want to be considered undoubtedly the best corner to ever play at Dolphins uniform." He said, "I don't want to be one of the best. I want to be the best. I want to be a Hall of Famer, and I want to do it here." And we had that conversation like 2 weeks before he signed. And so when he signed, I was like, "Hey, I'm going to share this story," because I felt like for Dolphins fans, it's been a long time since you've had a legend that you can kind of suit up. I guess Cam Wake would be the only one really of this era. If you consider him that.
Taylor and Zach are
right. And I consider Jason Taylor.
By the way, Sam and Pat too, I would put in there.
Right. But I'm talking about like the last 10 years.
You're right.
Of this decade. Because so he could be that guy. He could be that guy where you're talking about, hey, who's the best player to play over the last decade of the Dolphins? Who's the 2020? If we do the decades version, who's the 2010s or 2020s player of the decade? And there's no reason why that can't be him. So I think he's trying to create a legacy here. And I think that you'll see a guy who, even though he's got a new bag, I think he'll still be motivated to go forward. So I think those are some fun nuggets with the Parker and X deal that you'll see. I think both of those guys are expected to talk tomorrow in press conference. So we'll get a chance to talk to Agba and X on those deals. But they did a lot of moves this season on the offensive side of the ball, which they needed to get better. But I think if that defense side of the ball, that might even be even more of a key this year, because a lot of it's going to be continuity, but also getting better on elements of the core players like X, like Agba, like Jerome Baker, some of these guys, Javon Holland, who I think is going to have a great second year. So all of that is really interesting for me as they kind of shape around this roster.
Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. Catch his work there at the NFL Network. And, of course, you can catch him twice a week here with our KSDTCPA.com Miami Dolphins and NFL report. Cam, as always, appreciate you, my brother. We will talk later on in the week.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Big O.
All right, man. Thank you. You are now in tune with the Wolf Pack.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All righty, that's right, KSDT, baby. Make sure you reach out to them for your personal or for your business. They are the CPAs that you can trust. They are a top Forbes accounting firm and tax firm in America in 2022. So make sure you call them and tell them that Big O sent you. Trust me, the folks at KSDT will take care of you. They've got offices in Dade and in Broward. They've got them also in Weston, and they've got them in Dadeland. So if you need to go to the offices, you got them all there throughout South Florida. And they are a great, great company, and they are a great sponsor of ours. So please, please use the sponsors that support our show and allow all of this content to be given to you daily, every single day for free, which is a beautiful thing. All right, what else do we have here on the program to talk about? If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there at Big O Show, as Twitter is kind of like a 24-hour talk show. Let's see what else here do we have on the program. Big O, you got your wish of signing Teron Armstead, but he will not last because of injuries. You and the organization will realize a waste of money on this guy, and Daddy Bridgewater will take over stalling role this year. Mark my words. You're a dreamer, but in the end, you'll realize all the hope. You'll get over your dream and wake up. Okay. All right. No problem. That's it's all good. I mean, I'm gonna talk about something that Cam brought up, and I find it interesting. You know what I mean? And also, it's something that like Dolphin fans have to deal with all the time, and so I'll talk about it in hour number 2 here when we're about to start. Adrian says, man, it's all great draft-wise for 2023, provided picks aren't taken from us like the Patriots. Well, I mean, it's not going – I don't think that's going to be an issue, to be quite honest. Unless the guy has hard evidence, I don't know how he's going to be able to prove it. Let's see. Arnaldo says, Big O, this team is loaded, and I love what they've done, but getting rid of Flores will prove to be the most important move. Can't wait for the season to start. I agree. I definitely agree with that. I completely agree with that. Getting rid of Flo is definitely going to be the thing that frees this franchise. and lets them grow a little bit. Scott says, if Tua question is answered, can we attract Pro Bowl quality players? Do we get 2 players for each lineman position and have them split time for 2 to 3 years, win a Super Bowl, then Greer replace and repeat? So you need Tua to attract Pro Bowl quality players. What's Tyreek Hill and Teron Armstead? Scrubs? I must have missed it. Those aren't Pro Bowl caliber players? Teron Armstead isn't one of the better left tackles in the league? Tyreek Hill is not one of the best receivers in the league? Scott, like, I don't know, what team are you watching, dude? I'm not sure what team you're watching. Tua hasn't gotten to the point you're talking about, but Pro Bowl players are already signing here. And what more do you need? They've done a good job. Listen, in the end, it's now up to Mike McDaniel. He has enough to win. It's up to him now. He has to go out there and win. It's not a matter of greed and then let me go buy and buy and buy and buy and buy more. No, you have enough now. Go out and prove that you're a coach. Prove that you got a staff. That's kind of what it is. Look at the Miami Heat. We had no idea they were this deep. We had no idea they were this good at the beginning of the year. We were worried about backup point guard, backup center. We were worried about depth. Now they have everything. They have everything threefold now, which we didn't even expect. Why? Because Spo and his staff can develop players like Vincent and Yurtseven and Strus and Caleb Martin. This is the kind of and not only do they develop, they also develop offenses and teams and players like Dedmon become bigger factors because they know how to use them properly. And that's part of what it is now, Scott. It's not a matter of going out and buying more and buying more. No, dude. You have enough now to go compete. Go prove to us that you can win games now. It's a 9-10 win team. It's up to Mike McDaniel to make him an 11-12 win team. If he can't do that, then he's not the right coach because he's been given the weapons he needed on offense now. Go get it done. So it's Mike McDaniel's job now. Now it's up to him. Front office did their job. Now it's up to the coaching staff to get it done and show us that they're the guys. All right. Hour number 2 of the Big O Radio Show, mastered by Sean Stanley, continues. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OKCoin Studios. OKCoin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OKCoin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OKCoin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We're ready to roll. Hour number 2 of the program. Hope you all are doing well. Sean Stanley powering this show. He masters it every single day. Thank you all out there. Let me see. By the way, anybody going to be in the Hard Rock on Sunday? I'll be up in Orlando at the Hard Rock in Orlando on Sunday. I'm going to go see a little Dirty Honey and Mammoth. Looking forward to that, dude. That's going to be fun. I haven't seen Wolfie's band live, so I'm looking forward to that, but really looking forward to seeing Dirty Honey again. And I saw Dirty Honey a couple months ago over at the, Coral Sky, Cruzan, Sound Advice, Perfect Vodka, whatever that amphitheater is called now. And so went up there and I saw him. I forgot who are they opening for now? I forgot now. Damn, it was a couple months ago, but they were phenomenal. Dirty Honey still doesn't have a record contract. They have EPs only. Like, I think they still have, I think if I'm correct, they haven't signed a contract yet. They are the best rock band on the planet without a contract. I have no idea how they don't have a contract. I have no idea how they're not pumping out records. I don't know how all these record companies are not lined up to sign that band. I don't get it. I have no idea. Can't explain it. And if you haven't seen Dirty Honey, oh, doggy, you need to go see Dirty Honey. They are awesome.
If it wasn't for Amazon always tagging us, and I mean Amazon, YouTube for tagging us when we put on music, I'd play a little Dirty Honey for you. Awesome. Now, let me ask you something, Sean. If a cover band is doing a song, does YouTube screw us, or they don't hold it against us unless it's the actual band doing the song? Do you know? Can you tell me? Can you answer that question?
I don't know 100%. It would also depend on if that group has. I think it's as long as the song is copyrighted, you can't play it.
Aha. Okay.
Not 100% sure, but I can look it up. But, again, also that band could also put a copyright on it as well.
Okay. All right. Having said all that, Vera Farmiga, and I don't know if you guys know Vera Farmiga. Some of you will know her from like Godzilla. I saw her in Bates Motel a lot. The Conjuring. Do you know who Vera Farmiga is, Sean? At all?
No idea.
Yes. No idea? Well, Vera, and if you look in the background of this picture, you see that? That's my man right there, Ian from Anthrax. So this is called Rock Academy. And Vera is an actress. And I've always been a fan of Vera. I loved her role in Bates Motel. I thought she did a really, really good job. The kid that was in Bates Motel is the kid that plays the doctor in that show, Good Doctor or something or whatever I think it's called. And so Vera is there, and she's singing Iron Maiden. Okay. And I believe it's the Trooper. And I'm going to play a couple of seconds just so you can kind of get a feel for this. But, Vera Farmiga, I got to say, I became a bigger fan of hers because, I look at her and I don't expect her to be an Iron Maiden fan like yours truly, but she rocks. Not bad, man. Not bad. I don't know if it'll tag us, but there you go. But nice job by Vera. I saw that on Metal Injection, and you can watch the whole video. It's at metalinjection.net is the website that has it. But I thought it was really cool to see an actress, and I'm like, when I see Vera acting, and then I see her, and she's intensely singing Iron Maiden, I'm like, yeah, I like it. I like it. She was in Up in the Air with George Clooney. Right. She's all over the place. She's a terrific actress. She's all over, man. She's everywhere. So, yeah, Vera's talented. But I just, to see her singing Iron Maiden, I thought that was actually really, really cool. Albert says she is one of those. There is something out her. I can't tell what it is, though. Huh? She is one of those. There is something out of her. Something out her. I don't know what that means. Oh, you mean something about her. Okay. Oh, she's a good-looking woman, if that's what you're saying. There's nothing about her. There's no decision there. She's a good-looking woman. I don't know if that's what you're saying, that whether she's good-looking or not. She's a good-looking woman. But I don't care about that. I'm just saying I'm a fan of hers because she was singing some Iron Maiden, man. That was good. That was good. NorCal says, YouTube lets you play live music unless it's a live album, so don't worry. Well, NorCal, I don't know, bro. We get these notices for the stupidest little things. All of a sudden we get tagged for something. You have no idea. What are you gonna say, Sean?
We get hit daily. Every time we open up any video, anything, we get hit.
Yeah, we get hit. So, yeah. And so you might be taking down that video soon, right? What's your prediction? Will you be taking it down?
I'll be trimming it as soon as I hit in broadcast. It'll probably ding us, and I'll probably trim that out.
Yeah,
think it
but
has to do with
I
something
kept
with
it
the-
really. I tried to keep it as short as possible.
Yeah,
So
but they hit us for every. I mean, if you even played 2 seconds, they'll hit you from 01 to 02. They'll hit you for
Wow.
the 2 seconds you play it.
it's
So I
crazy.
think it also goes by how many subscribers you have after a while.
Right. Okay. And please subscribe. Please hit the like button. It's very important that you do that. Very important. Big O, have you seen the picture of Tua and Michael Irving together? No, and why is that important? I'm not exactly sure. What's so interesting about, is there something funny in the picture? Is it just them standing, Derek? If it's just them standing together, I don't care. Like, what's the big deal? Now, if they're doing something funny, then okay. Is it, that's what I need to know. Well, just a picture or what? Samoan Sniper says stricter gun laws aren't going to do anything. No, of course not. They never do. They never do. Because we have such strict gun laws. That's the thing. Our gun laws are so incredibly strict already as it is. So we've already tried that. YouTube hits you with the copyright so quick, it's horrible. Yeah, it happens to us all the time. It's like, it's hard to share things with you guys because it's constant, dude, constant. And then we have to trim it out and all that, because then we don't get, taken care of at the same time. And we all have to make a living. So yes, it's rough. But anyway, Vera, solid by you. I like that. Big O Sports Grill Doral almost coming. May we be blessed in the 2. Yes, we will be there soon. Hopefully to hang out at Doral and do a little watch party stuff. Let's see, what else do we have here? The Nets have ruled out Ben Simmons for the rest of the regular season and the play-in tournament. This is going to be a deal that they're going to regret. This is a new school type of human being, and we have groups of individuals in this country, and listen, you can go with the depression stuff and all that other stuff that they want to talk about with Ben, and you can believe it if you want, or you don't have to believe it, and that's your right. And my right is, I think this kid is just soft. That's all it is. I think he's an absolute waste considering the kind of talent he has. I don't believe this kid has the kind of fire that a real professional athlete needs to have in order to succeed. Just like I don't believe he possesses, like, plenty of people that in life that have no fire for life and have no fire to make anything out of their lives. And they don't care about, they're not motivated to be great in anything. I don't care what it is, dude. I don't care if it's landscaping. I don't care if it's teaching, broadcasting, sales, you name it, bro. It doesn't matter. I think anyone that takes pride in their work and excels at it, no matter what you do, those are the kind of people that I admire. I admire the man or woman that puts together a car wash business on the go and constantly is working and has, 150 clients now a month and lives a good life because they've built up their business and they're excellent at what they do. And they take pride in what they do. Those are the kind of people you admire. You admire anyone. Nick Perdomo, a proud sponsor of our program. That dude started his business from his garage. How do you like that? Okay? From his freaking garage, he started making cigars. He said, I'm going to be a cigar maker. And I'm sure people looked at him and said, you're making cigars in a garage? Yeah, now he's got factories all over the world now. You got to take pride in anything and everything that you do. And I don't care what it is. Any job is a great job. any job, because that's providing money for you and your family and providing food, and you got to take pride in what you do. Ben Simmons takes zero pride in what he does because he got drafted into a league that gifted him a whole bunch of money. He doesn't have to work for it. So, that's the sad part. Nick Perdomo had to work for what he has. The guy that's got that great car wash business personally had to work for what he has. Every day of our lives, Sean and myself work for what we have. That's what normal people do. Sean and I take pride in what we do here. We try to bring you the best guests. We try to bring you quality programming. We try to bring you consistency, dependability. It's about taking pride in what you do. And Ben Simmons has zero pride. And we run into these kind of people all the time. We run into these kind of people in these last couple of generations all the time. Listen, lazy people have existed from the beginning of time. We all know that. But there is this sense of entitlement that comes with some of these young people. And Ben Simmons is one of those guys. And when I saw that story, it's like nothing changes because there's no motivation to change. You've got millions in the bank. At least for now. I don't know what skill sets he possesses outside of basketball, but eventually basketball will get tired of him, and eventually he will have to find a life. And so I hope he's frugal with his money. I'm just saying. Be smart. But I see that story with Ben Simmons, and I just laugh because that guy's a con artist. That's the way I look at it. Like a lot of lazy people. Absolute con artist. Not a person that I would admire whatsoever. I admire the people that hustle every single day of their lives. Cleaning houses, delivering, whatever it is that you do, man. Those are the people that I admire. The ones that take pride in whatever job they do. Ben Simmons has no pride whatsoever in what he does. He has no scruples whatsoever. Tiger Woods is trying to come back from a devastating car accident. And that guy is out there, and who knows if he ends up playing in the Masters or not. But that dude, that's taking pride in what you do. And he's had all kinds of other issues. Lord knows. Tiger has had his issues with substance and all that other stuff. But I'm saying, as his profession, that's a guy that cares about what he does. I'd like to see Ben Simmons actually care about basketball. You know what I mean? There's no sign of it there that says, I care about basketball. None whatsoever. And you can have your issues. Tiger has had his issues. But, man, he shows you he cares about golf. He went and won a U.S. Open on one knee. So whatever problems he's had with painkillers, alcohol issues, DUI, all the other stuff that he's had in his past. But he shows you that he cares about his profession. You know what I mean? Okay, not perfect. None of us are perfect. And nobody's asking Ben Simmons to be perfect. But, dude, show us some professionalism at one point or another, dude. Topher, thank you, my brother. Thank you for giving us some love on the super chat. I appreciate you. And keep smoking in the circle with everybody else there in that 70s show. We love you there also, Topher. Dave De Niro says, the old people around your time probably thought you were lazy, entitled little kid at one point, but I love you, Big O. Yeah, that's true. Lazy, entitled. That's me, of course. I've been working since I was like 12. So lazy and entitled. Yep, that's me. I'm the guy as a kid selling mangoes from the trees in my house and avocados and bananas and picking up bottles of Coke to go get the refunds so I can buy my pan de gloria. Yep. I've had a job since I was 15. I would like to see how many kids in today's generation have a job since they're 15. But it's all right. You know, it's all good, brother. I'm entitled. Exactly. I'm lazy. Yeah. I'm old school, my brother. I'm old school, crafty, and the size of my balls don't fit in most stadiums. So if and you, Jay Dinero, if you had half my work ethic, you might be all right. Don't know you, but I'll say if you have half of my work ethic, you might be all right. But yeah, I'm entitled. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've always acted entitled in my business. The only guy in the business that says, wait a minute, the radio company doesn't want to pay me to be a reporter? Oh, okay, I'll pay my own way to go to the Combine and the Senior Bowl so I can actually do my job better for the company that doesn't want to pay me to do my job better. Yeah. Yeah, Jay Dinero, that's me, bro. Yeah, I'm Mr. Lazy. Yeah, that's me. All we got is our balls and our word. Well, I put them on the table every single freaking day. You never talk about the parents of these young people. That's where it starts, bro. I mean, that's the bottom line, right? That's where it starts. Yeah. Yeah, Ben Simmons, whoever's Ben Simmons' parents are, they've got to be incredibly proud that they raised a complete wussy. Yeah, of course. We all know that, dude. Come on. Breaking news. Tiger is going to play. There you go. There you go. And why I'm looking at TSN here. Okay. That's not that they broke it, but it's funny how I see it from TSN on my board here. So yes, Tiger Woods is going to play. How about that? There you go. Golf is safe for the weekend. Now people will watch. Now they'll get like really good ratings, at least while he survives. You know what I mean? I hope he makes the cut. Mike Moynihan says, as a kid, I owned a lawn mowing business and I didn't own a lawnmower. Had friends. I farmed out the business too. I was a salesman. I used my hedge trimmer while my buddies mowed. There you go. Why, Mike? Why'd you do that? Because we needed to buy baseball cards and we needed to go out and we needed to go whatever, movies, skating, whatever the hell it is that we wanted to do. We needed the extra money, you know? So yes, I'm with you, brother. 1,000%. My dad always used to tell me, hey, yeah, no, I'll give you some money for food. I'll give you some money for clothes. I'll give you some money, for gas if you need it, if I have, but if you want to go out, no, you got to go get a job. Oh, you want to take a girl out? No, you got to go get it. I'm not giving you money to go get out. That was my dad's motto. Like, he would help me, obviously, with whatever I needed. But it was like, he was like, well, no. You want to buy a present for your girlfriend? No, that's why you need a job. Like he would, even when, as I got older, he would give me what I needed, but it was always like, I had to have a job because he wanted me to have the value, sense the value of money. That's why when I was 12, my dad had a trucking company called AG Trucking on Okeechobee Road. And if you go to Okeechobee Road and the Palmetto, you know that there's a big-ass mall there. Well, that mall never existed. My dad owned part of that land, and next to it was a strip club called the Follies. And then next to that, we had another lot that had a whole bunch of trucks. And we used to, that's kind of where, what was I going to say what was I going to tell you with that story now? What was I leading to now? Now I lost my train of thought of what I was going to tell you. What was I leading that story to? Damn it. Now I lost my train of thought of what was I going to tell you out of that whole mess. Oh, well, oh, yes, exactly. So the two trucking companies, the Follies, and then there was a gas station. That's what it was. And so I always used to hang around when I was a kid there, right? And my dad's friend owned the gas station. So then when I was 12, I always used to use a golf cart because they used to use the golf cart to go from one lot to the other because the other lot had a whole bunch of trucks and they would show it to people to sell the trucks. So the gas station was next door. When I was 12, he goes, all right, we're going to put you to work. So I would go over and I would just work in the full service station. And I would wait for cars because back in those days, yes, I'm old enough that full service was a big thing when I was a kid. Yes. Enough already. Okay. It's the 70s. Relax. So they would pull in and I would fill up the gas tank for them, check the oil, the water, all that kind of crap, clean the windshield. And then they'd give me a quarter, 2 quarters sometimes, and I'd feel rich. So that was my pay. That's how I would get paid. That was like one of my first jobs at 12. It was like, it wasn't an illegal job, actually. It was illegal, but it was just a way for me to like learn to work. It was one of those deals. So that gas station that was there, anybody that's old enough and remembers that area before what it is now. I remember back in the day working at that gas station when I was 12. So, when I was young, it like a lot of us, parents, they break you in early, man. They tell you, no. Life ain't going to be that easy. No. You're going to know the value of some cash. All right, let's we know the value of Manny Navarro. That's why we have him on twice a week with our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
All righty, there he is. How you feeling, baby? How you hanging right now with the Rona?
I'm hanging in there, brother. As you can hear, my voice sounds a little different, a little more raspy, a little more sexy, as my wife likes to say. But I'm doing but you're
okay,
not
gonna get any, right? Because she doesn't have it, right?
No, she doesn't have it. She had it before. Her and my youngest had it before, and then me and my oldest were the two that escaped it the first time around. Now, after I came back from UM's Pro Day, a couple days later, I started to feel sick. So I think that's why
you're double vaccinated and boosted, right?
And boosted, yeah. I don't have the second booster shot, but I am double vaccinated and boosted. And it's people were saying this one's a lot more contagious. Apparently, so.
Let me ask you something. When did you get that booster shot?
December, the end of December.
Oh, okay.
So
wow.
It's only been 4 months. It's only been 4 months.
That's when the efficacy starts to die.
Yeah.
It's 4 months. That's the moment it starts.
Yeah.
And that's today. I'm actually going to go get double boosted at 3:00 because I'm going to Vegas at the end of the month.
Have to do it, brother.
And I have to. I have 5 stents in my heart, bro. I have no choice. Yeah. I have to do it, bro. I have no choice but to go to Vegas, where like you're going to a place where people are coming from all over the world. Oh, dude, no way. I gotta bring it on. And so you have the new variant. Is that what it is?
You know, what's funny is that when they test you at like urgent care, and I did a home test first because yesterday is when I first lost my sense of taste and smell, which is great for a diet, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
But that's when I first got the sense, and I said, okay, this isn't allergies, because that's what I thought it was. I thought it was just allergy season. And so I went and got tested, and I asked the woman at Baptist urgent care. I said, "So do you guys know which variant it is?" And he says, "No, that's done with blood work, and it's not. They're basically testing just to see if you have COVID in your body. That's it." So, when you're hospitalized, I guess is when when you do the PCR, maybe is when they maybe test for that kind of stuff. I did do the PCR. I'll find out tomorrow, I guess. But the two, quick tests.
Oh, that new variant supposedly is the dominant one as it is right now.
Yeah, that's my guess. And like I said, the only time I was really exposed to anybody, face to face or close up, that was pro day last week. I didn't go to practice on Thursday. I was busy writing a story. So, my guess is I started to feel some symptoms Friday. So it had to have been, they say within 24 to 48 hours, you start feeling it. And again, I thought it was allergies. It wasn't that bad. And I don't feel great today. Today's probably the worst I felt. And I'm still, able to breathe in and out through my nose. And I don't have any fever. I don't have any major body aches. I'm just kind of fatigued. I went for a walk this morning like I normally do. I did a 30-minute walk. I came back drenched in sweat. So I know
that's good. That's good.
So yeah, I mean, I think I'll be good. I think I'll be good in 24 to 48 hours. And that's basically what they said. If you're okay in 24 to 48 hours, then you'll get through this fast. So
yeah. All right. That's good, man. It's good. Get through it, bro. That's what you need, man.
Yeah.
And protect yourself as much as possible. And all of you out there, protect yourselves, get vaccinated, get boosted. You just don't know how it's going to affect you.
I would have gotten the other booster. I just couldn't do it yet. They said you're supposed to wait 6 months, right? So
no, 4 to 5, you can start doing it.
You can. Well, I was right. Yeah. I was right on that precipice, essentially. So
yeah, for me, I think it's 4 now. I think I'm just over 4 months at this point for mine. So that's why. And by the time I get to Vegas, it'll be 5 months because it'll be at the end of this month. So I just, for me, I'm just not going to take the chance, dude, because I have no idea. Let me see when, my boost was in October.
Yeah. So you already do, yeah.
Yeah, I'm already due. So that's why I've got to be
Mine was
careful.
right before Christmas. So that's, I was hoping to do it in June. I figured my birthday, 6 months exactly, around that time. And, but didn't make it that far, bro. Thankfully, it's not killing me. At least I don't feel that it's killing me right now.
Yeah, bro. No, that's good thing is you're here with us and you're not in a hospital or in a freaking ventilator. And again, because you were vaccinated, who knows and boosted, who knows what happens if you're not vaccinated or boosted and how it affects you. That's the thing.
Yep.
So it's good. All right. Robert Stafford, they entertained the prospect. Can you walk me through that? What's
There's a lot of different guys that they're looking at. Stafford's name is one that I saw. I didn't ask about him most recently. The positions that I heard from the most in terms of talking to the coaching staff of what they want is defensive tackle and interior offensive lineman, which now there's a couple guys out on the market that make sense to come to Miami. In fact, one of them I thought would already be committed here. Jonathan Dennis, a kid who was a 2000 recruit that went to Oregon and played for Mario. Former 4-star kid out of South Dade
out
High
in the
School.
Market,
huh?
Out in the market,
out in the market. That's the way we're using the words now, man. We might as well call it what it is. Why do we call it anything else? I mean, we could call it the portal. I guess technically we can say that, but to me, they're out in the market. And then the Akeem Mesidor kid, who's 6'2", 272, West Virginia, played in 22 games, 70 tackles, 7.5 for loss, 6 sacks. He's a better player. The Mesidor kid's legit. The Dennis kid is one of these South Florida kids who went to college. Didn't pick Miami because Mario recruited him well, and went up there, didn't play as a freshman, got hurt last year, I think. I don't know. I mean, do you want to take a kid like that? I think it's just, to this point, it's just about getting more bodies in here. I think Mario looks at the situation and says, if we can get better guys in here, let's do it. The other kid that you mentioned, I haven't asked about him. I have to. Unfortunately, the last couple of days I've been sick, so I haven't talked to anybody at UM in the last couple of days. But I will be talking and finding out more about him, I'm sure, in the coming days. The kid that I know for sure that they want is the Jaden Rashada kid, the quarterback out of Pittsburgh, California, that I saw when I was out in California. He actually beat the South Florida Express team. He was playing with a team from Texas. Really good quarterback. Miami is kind of playing we're going to also recruit your brother card because his brother's a DB, a JUCO DB. and visited here last weekend, and they're obviously recruiting the brother to try to get the quarterback. So that's what I know about personnel right now in terms of what's out on the market. Oh.
Well, and for those of you that don't, you should subscribe to The Athletic. I'm not going to tell you everything because then you won't be able to get, then you won't subscribe, right?
Right.
But just to give you a little taste, because you had a little confidential piece on The Athletic about what went on in practice.
Mm-hmm.
So give us a nugget from that one, because I thought you had some interesting stuff there about what people are talking about the new practices for Mario Cristobal.
Yeah, look, I have been around the program for more than 2 decades now. And you see the same faces, the same people out at practice that get to watch practice, right, from beginning to end. Not the reporters, because we're not allowed to be out there from beginning to end. We see tidbits, but the people who have been around the program, have seen the program win championships, and have seen the program fall into the last 2 decades, right, of mediocrity, the abyss. And so those are the people that I went to, people that I've had conversations with for years. And I said, listen, I want to know the truth. I want to know the real answers. What are the big differences that you see in practice? And, just a couple of tidbits. One, the size of the staff. Okay. And we talked about this plenty on my weekly reports here with you. I mean, one coach who I spoke to, former college coach, said to me, this is incredible. There's like 40 guys out here working with the team. Normally it was the 10 of us, it was the 10 coaches on staff. Now there's basically an analyst for every position and another person, 2 people between grad assistants and everybody else. It's 4 coaches per position, and it's overwhelming the difference in coaching and the learning that the players are doing. Everything is much at a much faster pace. They're going through a lot more snaps. It's basically run like Alabama, is what one high school coach, who's been down here for many years and been to many Canes practices. He's traveled to SEC and Big 12 and been all over the country to watch other colleges practice. He says to me, it looks like a Nick Saban practice is what some of the stuff that I heard. So from that perspective, in terms of the execution, it looks great. At the same time, I asked, where are the deficiencies? Where are the deficiencies? Where are they still missing? It's pretty obvious. It's still offensive and defensive line. Those are areas that if you want to beat Alabama or Georgia, you got to recruit better there. But I mean, we hit a wide range of topics. Who's the best defensive lineman? Who's the best linebacker? How does the quarterback room look? I hit about 10 or 12 questions, I think, with everybody, and got some interesting answers. So I encourage, our listeners here to check out that article. A lot of people have already signed up for it. I did have one critic in the comment section. He attacked me for he basically saying I quoted a bunch of unnamed sources to push my agenda that Manny Diaz wasn't a good coach. So, I kind of, my response to that is, listen, bro, I gave these people an open floor to talk about the differences that they see, and they made it pretty clear. Having a bigger staff helps. Manny didn't have 40 guys out there with him.
Right. He did.
I'm not taking away from Manny, but certainly some of the details in terms of how hard Manny pushed guys, how they would practice a lot more in the indoor practice facility versus outdoors. All of that kind of stuff was interesting to me about the way Mario is trying to run this thing. And
well, there's an enormous difference that's going on, and that's where a little bit of the ignorance comes in for whoever that was going after you. One, Manny Diaz is not trained enough to do what Mario's doing now, because Manny has no experience running a program. This was him breaking the ice, whereas Cristobal already sharpened his teeth at FIU, then went to Alabama and learned how to do it, and then went to Oregon and had his own program and had success there at Oregon, and his players now started being drafted by the NFL at a high level. So he was groomed to come back here and prepare the program the proper way to compete against the SEC, which is basically what you're doing. You're not really competing. You know, like in the NFL, every year you look at the best team in your division, you say, well, we've got to design our team to stop them so we can win the division and get into the playoffs. Well, if you're you're not designing a team to beat Clemson. No, dude. You need to design a team to beat the SEC because by beating the SEC, you'll beat Clemson to get to the playoffs to beat the SEC. So that's who you're going to beat. So Manny, it's not his fault. He wasn't ready to do anything like that. So there's no way he was going to get the green light to have all that money and the budget and all of that stuff. Plus, the U had not gotten to that tipping point that finally they came to the grips of, we have to spend if we actually want to make our football program relevant. And if we don't, we're going to be irrelevant forever. And they woke up to. So it's kind of a, it's a melding of two things, two ingredients that did not exist. You didn't have the coach that knew how to set it up, and you didn't have the program that was committed. That's just the bottom line. And Manny wasn't ready, and the program wasn't ready. Now
couldn't have said it any better. Oh, you said it. You hit all the notes, brother. You nailed that. And I think, to Manny's credit, Manny did tell UM's when they were inquiring and Rudy Fernandez was in there, trying to see what do you need to make this better. Manny Diaz did tell Rudy Fernandez, we need to be more like Alabama. We need this staff and this personnel. We need more people around these kids. So it's not like Manny didn't know what he was lacking in this. I think the bigger picture is, and some of the other things we hit on in this confidential, tackling, for instance, the style of tackling. Manny was a defensive coordinator. The way that they were teaching kids to wrap up, Kevin Steele and Charlie Strong and all these guys get there and they're like, what are they doing? What is this rugby style? I get it. Everybody wants to protect the neck, but they're going more old school. It's more running through guys, and bringing them down versus, trying to lay shoulders in. And one of the people that I spoke to, who's been out there for dozens of practice, said, look at the injury history, right? All those labrum injuries that Miami had, it's poor tackling style. The way that they were trying to bring bigger guys down, they were getting hurt that way. So to me, this entire spring, and I've told you this, so I don't need to be out there to watch practice because you're not going to see anything anyway. It's a bunch of kids just going through drills. There's kids that are banged up that are going to be meaningful when they come back in the fall, especially on the offensive line. They're still trying to add to the transfer. You can't really gauge where this team is from a development standpoint 9, 10, 11 practices into the spring. He's trying to change the culture. He's trying to change a lot of different things. We'll find out week 1 against Bethune-Cookman where this team really is and how much better they are. But,
no, we won't. No, we won't.
No, I mean, we'll find out in terms of depth.
Maybe we can find out who's got the better bands or something. But no.
Texas A&M is the real measuring stick. But my point is, like, nothing you're going to see in the spring in any of these scrimmages is going to be meaningful because you have so many kids that are out with injury that are going to play. And so to me, it's like Bethune-Cookman. When we see those guys run out, we'll see where the coaches really feel about, who's developed and who's turned the corner, and then we'll start studying, who plays and all that. So from a personnel perspective, we're a long ways away. But from a culture perspective, that's what Mario cares about. That's what he's trying to implement here. And it's obvious that what they're trying to do through the transfer portal shows you that he still doesn't like this roster. There's still a lot of areas he doesn't see enough talent and ability. So, it's one of those things where it's great. I wish I was out of practice. I like being out there. I like watching it. But unfortunately, now I got COVID, so I have another excuse not to be out there. But I'm hoping to be back for the spring game, April 16th, and that week, next week, hopefully I'll be back out there and I can see for myself some of the things. But these people who I interviewed in the Canes Confidential, as good as anybody at giving you perspective on what's changed.
Well, you're as good as anybody in giving us insight on what's going on with the Canes, as always, and I appreciate you giving us the edge here on the Canes. And what are you working on in the Athletic outside of, getting healthy?
Yeah, well, I have the USF Wayward programs, the Blitz I told you guys about, that is going to be coming out here, and we have a whole series. I think I told you Nebraska, Virginia Tech. I mean, there's all these. To me, if you're a college football fan, you're wondering what the hell happened at these schools. It's going to be a good series to read. And I'm also going to be doing a mock draft. All the college football beat writers, me and a couple of the guys from around the country, we're going to do our own mock draft for the NFL. I'm actually picking first for Jacksonville. I got the first pick in the draft. So I'll be making that selection for them. And then, the Canes, a lot of recruiting. This Jaden Rashada kid who I told you about, the quarterback.
Who are you taking for the Jags at number 1? Bubba Bolden?
The only Cane taken in the draft, maybe. I don't know. No, I will not be taking Bubba Bolden. I still haven't decided. I seem to think that they should really get an offensive tackle. I mean, how many times was Trevor Lawrence in trouble? Does it make sense to get an offensive tackle with the first pick? I don't know. That Icky Equanibu is pretty good.
You know what I'm learning about this draft?
Uh-huh.
It's a disease to have the pick at the top of the draft.
Because it really is.
The players that are at the top of the draft are not the guys.
They're all interchangeable.
They're not superstars.
Right.
They're not. None of the guys are like, oh my God, this is a can't miss defensive tackle. This is a can't miss defensive end. This is a can't miss quarterback. This is a can't miss offensive tackle. They're like, oh, these are good players, but they're not like, oh my God, this is a superstar coming. It's a screwed up draft to have the top pick or the top picks. It's actually a better draft to have the middle or later picks in the first round, actually. And less pressure because it's really, oh man, like Aiden, I was just talking with Cam about that. You take the Michigan end. Yeah, he's a good player, but dude, I've seen so many other guys that they've taken at the top of the draft that are way more, athletic and can bring a lot more to the table. Like, put it this way. Do you want the Michigan kid or would you take Javon Curse?
I would take Javon Curse in a heartbeat, man. It's a no-brainer.
You see what I'm saying? Like JJ Watt or, Aiden. No, I'm going JJ Watt. I've seen guys that have come out of this draft that you're looking at him, you're going, wow, that's a nasty player. And these guys, you look at him and you're going, he's a good player, but God, number 1 overall, number 2 overall. Oh God.
Yeah, if I'm Jacksonville, I mean that offensive line. They just lost Brandon Linder, right? I mean, that was their starting center for 8 or 9 years. I covered a little bit of the Jaguars for The Athletic. I went to a couple of their games the last couple of years, and their offensive line to me remains an issue. They're still not good enough there. And there's no special elite edge rushers, like you said. So I would take the tackle. I would take Icky or one of those, Evan Neal. I think those guys are still, you can get a franchise left tackle or the best run blocking tackle in the NFL. Potentially, that's what Icky could be. I think I'd probably take one of those two guys.
Don't draft stud quarterbacks and then don't protect them, bro.
You have to. You have to give them something.
Jesus Christ. We watch what happened with Andrew Luck. It's like, don't let it happen again, man. It's like, you just look what happened with Tua. You draft Tua, but you don't protect him, and he's taking a beating. It's just ridiculous, man. Yeah. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. Catch his work at The Athletic. More importantly, subscribe to The Athletic and support all of our great journalists covering our local sports. Manny, as always, appreciate you, my brother. We will catch up later in the week and feel good, man.
Thank you, brother. Take care.
You got it. All right. There you go. Appreciate you all out there. As always, that's Manny Navarro.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at Caneswear.com or InnerMiamiWear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All righty. I see all you guys are going back and forth on all the vaccine. None of you guys are doctors, including you, John. None of you are doctors. And yes, even vaccinated are still getting it. Yes. But those that aren't vaccinated are the ones that die the most. And those are the facts. Now, if you guys don't want to believe any of that, you guys can go ahead, John, or any of you out there that are talking, Bobby, all these other, everybody else that's out there talking about it on the chat board. Bottom line is, okay, if the people that are experts tell you the efficacy goes down 4 to 5 months, I'm not paying for the shot. So it doesn't matter. It's not like they're getting rich on me or anything like that. This is a pandemic. Protect yourselves. And those of you out there that are, spewing all kinds of stuff, you don't need to take the vaccine. None of you have any professional opinions whatsoever because none of you are doctors. So I'm going to take the CDC's word over anybody on the chat board. I'm going to take a doctor's word over anybody on the chat board. Okay? Because none of you went to medical school. You guys you slept in a Holiday Inn and you actually think you know something. All right? Those of you that want to play with your lives, you can go ahead and play with your lives. And those of you that want to live in your Oliver Stone world and you think that they're lying to you, that most of the people dying are unvaccinated. Most of the people in hospitals are unvaccinated. Those are the facts. That's it. Go ahead and lie to yourselves, dude. Plenty of you lie to yourselves anyways. There's a whole bunch of you that are a bunch of idiots thinking that an election was rigged. If you're stupid enough to believe that, then you're stupid enough to believe anything else. Are we clear on that? You want me to repeat it again? So I get it. Create whatever thing you want when none of you have any professional opinions whatsoever. None of you are doctors at all. So whatever. But you can go ahead and make up whatever you want to keep yourself going, man. Lie to yourselves. Whatever. It's fine. Plenty of you lie to yourselves anyways, as it is. Yes, I know Elon Musk is now on the board of Twitter. And they welcomed him right away after buying 9.2%. We need to treat this draft class with the need coaching and see what they can do. The NFL should increase the roster size the next 2 years and give the guys now they're not going to do that, Dan B. And if they would have increased they already did increase the roster sizes because of the pandemic. And I don't know, I still don't know how much it's going to be expanded this year. Is it stay the same way? I haven't even looked that up. On the remember how the practice squad was expanded this year? You had more people on it. I don't know if the pandemic is still going on. Obviously, we have this stupid new variant that's taking over now because there always seems to be a damn new variant to everything. So that's going to be a problem for us. So maybe they will still have those expanded practice squads, and they did that already. So, let's go out there. Listen, it's up to Mike McDaniel now. The ball, obviously, they're going to add a couple of more pieces in the draft, but the ball is in the court of Mike McDaniel and his staff now. It's his job now to fix this offense. It's his job to get it to score some points. It's his job to get them going in the right direction. That's what needs to happen now. It's not a matter of expanding a roster. It's not a matter like the other guy want to go buy more veteran linemen. No, you got enough linemen. And those young linemen that they have, some of them will be good players. It's up to the coaching staff to make them good players. Not all 5, but 2 or 3 of them have to become good players for you. And that's their job. Everything is being done for them to succeed. So now it's up to them to go out and get it done. Look, you had problems the first 2 years because you had a guy that just offensively would not make the changes that you need in order to succeed. Well, they finally did it now. Because clearly Chris Grier wanted to add an influx of veterans to the line also besides picks. And clearly the coach wanted to stay with young people. Mike McDaniel was a little bit more obviously open to what Chris wanted to do. And that's why Chris fixed the left side of the line. I know Connor has not been officially named the left guard. Come on, man. He's going to be the left guard. He's got to be the left guard. That's his spot. So they've done everything they need to do. It's up to Mike McDaniel now to make this 9-10 win team an 11 or 12 win team and get in the playoffs. Work's been done. Now this coaching staff has to prove themselves. We still have the draft, and they still can get some players in the draft, obviously. Let's see. Are we going to have a tone of UDFAs? And I again believe he can find some of that. Yeah. There's no doubt, Dan. The draft picks, the undrafted, and a free agent or two that may become available because of some salary issues or something like that. Guys that you can get cheaper. Kevin Bear is asking me any thoughts on the USFL. Kevin, I'm going to watch the USFL and maybe even bring somebody on every once in a while to talk about it. I covered the XFL. I'll cover football, dude. I love football. So, but I got to watch it first so I can talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm looking forward to it. I'll watch a little football. I got no problem with that. McStang says, with the draft picks we have, do you see us drafting a starting caliber player, punter? I can see a punter later on or free agency, but yeah, one of those 7th round picks for a punter or an undrafted, definitely. I saw that Mike DePasquale story yesterday on the FIU kid who ballooned up to like 280, 260 pounds as a punter, and then he lost his weight. He's got his stuff straightened out, and it's a nice story. I hope the kid gets a shot to go to the NFL, man. That would be really, really cool. All right, I do want to get into something that Cameron Wolf talked about, and we'll get into that to start off hour number 3 on the program. Omar Kelly will join us at 12:15. Hour number 3 is next.
With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayom is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727, or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The foregoing statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OKCoin Studios. OKCoin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OKCoin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OKCoin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We back. Hour number 3. By the way, John, you know I love you, brother. But you go, I don't think anyone was saying don't get vaxxed, just saying be careful how many boosters you get. It could end up harming your own immune system since not enough adequate testing has been done. See, you're not the doctor, John. So I talked to my doctor, and the doctor says that the efficacy dies after 4 to 5 months. It starts to decline. But he has a degree, John. You don't, my brother. So I have to listen to the person with a degree. You get that, right, John? You got that, right, my brother? Like, he went to school for this. So I have 5 stents in my heart. I took the booster in early October, by the way, October 9th. Just looked at the date. I have to do it. I have no choice. But he has a degree, my brother. That's the key. The CDC, they're professionals. They're experts at this. You're not. None of you are on the board. You get it? So I have to follow the doctor's advice. The guy with the... See, I have a Hall of Fame inductee thing on my wall. I'm not a professional in any way. I don't know anything about this. But this whole situation here, come on. He's got something there. I think it might say University of Miami or something, medicine or something. I don't know. I mean, it's just like I gotta go with the doctor. All right, folks. All right, listen, you deal with all kinds of things, right? And you deal with all kinds of stress. And you get home, and then you say, oh, man, I want to drink. I want to relax. What do I do? Liquor Split. That's right. And if you want to order some liquor home or maybe a little Edge energy drink so you can mix it with a little, Grey Goose, a little Tito's vodka, a little rum, you can do that too. But you can order snacks. You can order all kinds of things. Even mariquitas you can order there at Liquor Split. So they've got snacks, they've got drinks, they've got all kinds of things. And your favorite liquor, maybe you've got a party, a get-together, or a business meeting. You don't have time to go to the liquor store. Listen, plus you don't want to risk any drinking and driving, any of that kind of stuff. You need to reload. Call Liquor Split, man. Go to the app, download the app, iOS, Android, Liquor Split. Look for it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no doubt. And listen, no hidden fees. A $2.99 charge. That's it. You know how you go on some of these food things and they're really charging you more than what the food costs? Plus, they're charging you a delivery fee. Plus, they're charging you also for the service. It's crazy. You haven't noticed that, right? When you go Uber Eats, if the meal is normally $6.99 on Uber Eats, it's not $6.99, it's $8.99. They're making an extra couple dollars just on the meal itself before they get to all the other stuff. Liquor Split, it's one flat fee. There's no hidden fees. There's none of that crap that they pull. $2.99. And by the way, just to make sure, so you'll know, $1 of the delivery goes to solving homelessness in Miami. So they're also doing a good thing for that. Flat fee. So you got to get your Tito's, you got to go to Liquor Split. You got to get some vodka, you got to go to Liquor Split. You got to get some, some whiskey. Oh,
completely.
Yes, let's go. Liquor Split.
Hey, big girl. Tell them about our packages.
Oh, they got all kinds of packages. That's why you want to go on the website, liquorsplit.com. Check it out. So if you want to buy all kinds of things, you can do it there. Download the app, Liquor Split. That's right. All right. I got Panthers tonight at 7 o'clock. They will host the Maple Leafs at the FLA Live Arena. The Miami Heat will host the Hornets tonight at FTX Arena. Both arenas start with an F, by the way. Did not realize that. FTX, FLA Live. Very, very interesting. Not a sexy matchup, right? Overall. But you know what we do have, Sean? Besides tapping that app, because you know I love to tap that app, there's nothing like the Liquor Split matchup of the night. Kick it. A little Liquor Split matchup of the night. Let me see it. Let me hear it. Where are we at? We got the Liquor Split matchup of the night. Where's it at? No? Yay? Fire away.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the Liquor Split matchup of the night.
Do this a few times in the week. We're going to reach out and try to find our favorite matchup of the night. And it is our Liquor Split matchup of the night. And tonight, I'm going to go with Charlotte. I'm going to go with the Heat-Charlotte matchup. Why? The Heat is 3-0 against Charlotte this year. They beat them 114-99. They beat them at Charlotte 104-86. And they also won at Charlotte in double overtime 111-107. So they won by 4, they won by 18, and they won by 15. And guess what? Tonight, it's -5.5. Now, either way, even if the Heat plans on resting a player or two, which I'm not sure what's going to end up happening here, but it doesn't matter to me. They rested guys and beat Toronto. They're going to beat Charlotte. They need to get the wins here to just lock that number one spot. So I think another win or two will probably lock it in. Why not finish off the season sweep against the Hornets tonight? And here's the other caveat to all of this. Why I love this as the Liquor Split matchup of the night. Heat -5.5 against Charlotte. Okay. Depot's coming off a hell of a performance. I think that Coach Quinn, right? Because probably Spo won't be back yet. Coach Quinn is going to say, yeah, we got to rest some of our guys, but we're going to unleash the Kraken and we're going to give them Depot a little bit more. And Depot knows that one performance is not enough. So if he gets another opportunity today, I think he's going to want to go out there and light it up again because he wants to make the decision for Eric Spoelstra to be incredibly difficult. See, and by the way, Markieff Morris played well the other night too when he started. Those two guys understood that the door was being shut on them. I think that motivation also helps in tonight's game and in tonight's line. So I am going to lay the 5.5, and I'm going to go with the Miami Heat against the Charlotte Hornets tonight at the FTX Arena. That is your Liquor Split matchup of the night.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download then tap that app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
All right, there we go. All right, let's talk a little Miami Dolphins with my man Omar Kelly and our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
Ready to rock and roll. There he is. How you feeling, man? How you feel? How's the family feeling, first of all?
I'm a lot better. I'm turning the corner. Family is behind. Daughter's good. Daughter's good.
Okay.
Daughter's
wife?
good.
Wife? Oh, it got her harder, huh? She got hit the hardest out of the three. Is that what it is?
She's behind. She's behind all of us.
Yeah. No, dude, it's Russian roulette. We have no idea how it's going to affect one person or another. That's the one thing that science can't figure out.
Yeah.
You know, who's gonna walk around like it doesn't affect them whatsoever, and then there's another person that lost their sense and taste, and they're thrown on the bed for 2 days because they just, they're worn out, dude. I've seen all kinds.
I think it wears out everybody.
We've lost people, which is the worst one.
I think it wears out everybody. I mean, just the exhaustion and tiredness and fatigue is, right now I'm just dealing with like sinus mucus stuff and a little bit of muscle soreness, but not the same level of muscle soreness as before. So I'm turning the corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually go get double boosted at 3 o'clock. Yeah, because I'm going to Vegas at the end of the month for the draft, and there are people all over the world, bro. And I'm gonna be there I'm gonna be in Vegas for 9 freaking days.
To me, it's the flights. I have no doubt in my mind that I've caught it or felt like I caught it from a trip from when the Dolphins did the joint practice with Chicago. I felt these same symptoms. I was in bed when I wasn't working. Strangely enough, I'd never tested positive for it, but I don't know how that works. But yeah.
Yeah, it's just hang in there, brother. Drink a lot of water. Get them toxins out as much as possible. Manny got COVID. He was on with us
recently, or
he has it right now. No, he has it right now. He just got it. He got it at the pro day, by the way.
No, there is a wave that's going, and I could just see in my community that the level of testing is being increased. So if you're out there, be careful, be cautious, wear your mask. I'm amazed at how many people I see in stores without masks.
Yeah,
and it's just about being careful.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm going to be extremely careful. With 5 stents in my heart, I'm not going to screw around with this stuff, man. I'm definitely not going to do that. All right, Nick Needham ends up signing his tender, and I ran this by Cam Wolf, and I'm going to run it by you. Is this Nick Needham's last year with the Miami Dolphins because they are so committed to both guys? on the edges, it's hard to pay 3. Cam thinks that maybe Jones might be gone after this season.
Absolutely.
There is a buyout window. There's a $14 million dead cap hit if he is released after this season.
And
so,
what's he charged? Like I would have to look at what his new contract is. The contract terms and figures. I have not gotten around to that and looked at what the real details of Xavier Howard's deal is, because it generally takes them some days to process and put in those deals. But I expected them to be, unless Byron Jones has a phenomenal year, I expected this year to be his last year, but we shall see.
Right. So that's the question I have for you. So you think, on Spotrac, it's got a potential out of 2023 in the third year of a $14.8 million dead cap hit is what happens. And the cap hit is $18.8 million. So because of the restructure, it obviously went up.
So they'd say they create a $4 million cap savings?
Yes. Yes, okay. They would.
Yeah, then this will probably be his last year. I mean,
you'll get 8 the following season if you release him, because the dead cap is only 10, but the cap hit is 18. So
the dead cap is not a number that's real, nor should you look at it. It's really what is his contract versus what is the cap relief that would be created. So if he's on the books for 13.5 with 14.1, and it's going to create 14.1. Yeah, that's an option year. So it's, if they feel like he's worth $14 million a year, which he's not, they'll keep him. If they cut him, then they don't have to pay that. So it's basically an option year. There's not really going to be any cap. He's got a roster bonus the next year. So, yeah, he has to perform in order to 2,000 perfect game bonuses, 2,000 roster bonus. Yeah,
that's right. So, then they could then bring Nick back then they could sign him to deal, because he will become a free agent at the end of the year if they don't.
They could also restructure him. Restructure Byron. It depends on Byron, what Byron feels are his options. Nick, I don't think is a comparable replacement for Byron. And no disrespect.
No, that wasn't my point. My point was, if you release Byron, then you have the option of keeping Nick in the slot on a long-term basis.
I mean, it depends on what you feel. It depends on what you feel Nick is per player. Right now, I would say Nick is a $6 to $7 million a year player.
Right.
And, do I need better for this defense? Yes, you do. So I think this is probably Nick's last year here. Nick is going to test the market, and Nick is going to go play for the highest bidder.
Okay, so then that leads me to my next question for you is, what do you expect them to do with Noah? Either you try to trade him in the draft, or you're going to have to force it somehow. You're going to have to find a way to get him on the field somehow throughout the year to find out something from him, because the poor kid never plays. You'll never find out whether he can play or not, actually.
Not a priority, nor is it something that I care about, nor is it something that I'm interested in, nor is it something that you should worry about.
That's not the point.
If somebody offers him a 5th-round pick for Noah, he's gone. So,
but do you think that I don't think the Dolphins would trade him for a third day.
Oh, yes, they would. This coaching staff has said that they're going to give him a fresh start, fresh opportunity. Supposedly, his relationship with Flores was abusive and blah 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 blah. And this is going to be a fresh start for him. Noah's problem is Noah is not technically sound and good enough to be a reliable starting cornerback. And those are things that he's got to fix with coaching. He's got some good coaches right now. They could teach him that press, that bump and run style. They could teach him how to be disciplined. He's got the capabilities to be a gunner. Now that Mac Hollins is not here, that job is open. Elijah Campbell.
Well, see, now you're finally freaking answering my question. It's not a matter whether you like it or not, but they've got to find a way to use him.
No,
So,
they don't.
now you
No,
mentioned
they
it.
don't. No, they don't. Noah's
You
not
can't
even. Noah
you
is
can use
outside
who
of
you
the fact
can,
that he's
Omar.
a first-round pick. Noah's not an important player. He's not.
Yeah, but you just said it. If you start making him a gunner, at least you start using him somehow.
They've
You
had
gotta-
opportunities to make him a gunner, and there are guys like Elijah Campbell that leapfrog him like this, like
Right.
that.
Right.
It's too valuable of a position. He can play it. That doesn't mean I said that I want him to play it. Noah's got to earn. Like Noah is in a position where, just like all the former first-round picks that don't pan out, Noah's going to have to play for his career. Like if they cut him at the end of training camp this year, nobody would care. And I'm not even sure people would
Yeah,
be.
but that would be irresponsible.
No, it wouldn't be irresponsible.
Yeah,
would
it
be,
would.
No, it
Oh,
would not.
yeah, dude. If
He's not your top 5 cornerback, what is he here for? Because you spent first round pick on him?
You never made the investment to develop him.
You did. He sucked. No, you did. You did.
No,
you did.
no.
You did.
No.
Noah
You
started his second game
can't
here.
Judge a guy for a couple of
Noah
games.
cost you Seattle game. Noah started his second game, played in long spells when Xavier and Byron got hurt in his rookie season.
First year, yeah.
Played last year. I don't even think he played last year when Noah.
He did. He did a little bit.
Like a little bit, but
and he actually looked better.
Guys, Trill Williams outperformed him. Elijah Campbell outperformed him.
But those are natural corners. That's the problem with the kid.
Who cares?
No, you have a kid that
I hate that
doesn't
people
have the
get this
instincts of a
obsession with
corner.
draft picks and think that because we drafted him high that he's gonna be somebody. No. Draft picks mean nothing. Zero.
Omar, if you invested a first rounder in a guy and you know that he was raw from the get-go because he was a receiver, your job as a coaching staff is to find a way to invest time into developing him and get him some kind of playing time in certain moments.
He's had development.
Have to try to develop him.
He's had development. Noah's issue and Noah's problem, and I like Noah, and I do think he has some talent. He is technically unreliable.
Okay.
And and until he becomes to the point where he can be relied on, I don't care who plays. Elijah Campbell, Trill Williams.
I get that. I understand that part, but you've got to find a way to see if you have something there. You drafted him for a reason, right? So
you made a mistake
to get an opportunity.
You drafted him because he was the only cornerback that covered the Alabama wide receivers.
Devonta Smith.
No,
right?
Devonta Smith. Yes, you're right. He's the only guy who covered Devonta Smith effectively when Noah was a junior and Devonta was a junior, and he showed potential. He showed fire. He showed desire. He works hard. That's all great and well and good. And I like Noah. Keep in mind, I like Noah. But every time I've ever seen Noah actually play, he's been roasted. You know that 2-week period where Xavier was basically like, I'm not practicing. Y'all not making me practice. Noah got a 2-week audition, and he was roasted. And to the point where he had to drop to the 3rd or 4th team. And he made Tua look like he was ready for a Pro Bowl season. Tua just kept picking on him,
and tons of corners have struggled early in their careers. Tons.
Sometimes it's just not meant to happen.
And by the way, it's not young corners. This is a corner that is still learning how to play corner. He's not even a real corner yet.
I don't worry. I don't worry nor care about Noah. Noah probably will never be as good as Nick Needham. And if that's where you are, time to move on. I don't worry nor care about Noah. Noah isn't even a top 40 player in my opinion on that team.
Yeah. I don't think it's responsible to just cast him aside.
Just because you drafted him, they gave him a second and a 4th round pick for Josh.
Omar, if you drafted him, it's because you like him.
No, they did like him. They did like him.
Or was it that Flo liked him?
They did like him.
Oh, so it was Flo that liked him.
No. They did like him. No,
it was Flo's pick that they don't like anymore.
No,
I
don't like.
I'm just asking.
I hate when you do that. I hate when you do that. I hate when you do that. Like there's nobody's pick and this is my pick and this is my pick. No, they're all Chris Greer's pick. That is a Chris Greer
I'm
pick.
just saying.
And Chris
I don't
Greer
know.
will tell you that is a Chris Greer
You're getting
pick.
kind of testy with your buddy Flo there. I don't know what's going on here.
Listen. Noah was a top 30 player on their board as a team. On their board. Not.
I heard Flo had his own board. I don't know.
Wow, not Chris.
I don't know.
Do that.
Chris would roll in the board, and then Flo would go, "Oh no, I have my board." And then
it's everybody else's
It'd be
fault.
board battles. It was board battles every draft. That's what I heard.
Now you got my COVID acting up. It's everybody else's fault. It's the last guy out the door's fault. You know how many times we've done this?
I don't know. If you're telling me if they're going to treat him like the redheaded stepchild, then I don't know. It seems like he's Flo's kid.
Wow.
Next thing you're telling me, the Steelers are trading for.
Listen,
and then that poor kid will get.
I heard it was abuse from Flo that stunted his development and growth. And
Flo abused Omar. Oh, you're here. I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. That's right.
Flo had a abrasive demeanor and personality. And
so what you're saying is he was the Will Smith of coaching.
No, he was not the Will Smith of coaching. No, not even close. No.
He wasn't slapping fools.
And from what I hear, there is no beef with him and Minka. And Minka's excited about him joining the Steelers, and Flo's got a bright future in Pittsburgh. And listen, I'm excited for Flo. This is going to be a great opportunity for him to put his stamp on another defense. And trust me, if you could do that twice, outside of the lawsuit, you should rise pretty fast in the NFL. Outside of the lawsuit.
He's not rising anything anymore. It's he's fortunate to have the job he has. That may be the final job he has there. Maybe he can move up in Pittsburgh if Mike Tomlin wants to move on and retire. I don't know if anybody else hires him with that lawsuit. I don't know. I just
I didn't think anybody.
If it's not for Mike Tomlin, I don't. I don't think he's in the league.
Thank you to Mike Tomlin. That's a noble, gracious thing to do, and who else deserved it? I mean, Flo will be fine. Flo is just fine. Flo will go be head coach of Boston College and coach college kids, and he'll be just great. He'll be fine. Flo. Of all the coaches that have come and been through this organization during my stay, Flo is probably the number one guy, and that's no shade or disrespect to anybody, but I know
I can't believe you're not giving that title to Cam Cameron. Come on.
Joe Philbin, Adam Gase.
Oh, Joe Philbin kept the field clean. Because he picked up every paper in sight. I thought, environmentally, we gotta thank Joe Philbin. He takes care of the environment. If it's up to Joe Philbin, we wouldn't have all these issues with pollution.
He's coached your left tackle for the last 2 years, so he's now Connor Williams is Flo's the Dallas.
Oh, left tackle. No, Connor wasn't the left tackle.
Left guard.
Okay, so you screwed me. I think there's some guy named Tyron Smith or something.
No. Flo, I'm sorry, left guard. Your left guard. If that's where.
By the way, Joe Philbin might be screwing up Tyron Smith, not coaching him up. By the way, okay. Just
see.
By the way, Joe Philbin coached him, and he had his worst year with holding penalties.
Joe Philbin, I think, is a very poor offensive line coach, but props to him for getting recycled in the NFL. Like, how do you
Joe
go from
Joe Philbin is a human roll-on. Okay, King Kong uses him as a roll-on. That's the only good thing that would be good for Joe Philbin. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I didn't get that one. Roll on. I didn't get like
roll on. Roll on. Roll on. Bald. Roll on. And You've never seen Roll On for
Yeah, I did, but I didn't like.
I didn't say it was funny. I just said it's accurate.
Okay.
That's all. It's about his only useful trait he could have is he could be King Kong's Roll On. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Keeps things organized.
Yeah, and keeps King Kong smelling nice under the arms. There you go. I mean, it's what it's all about. All right. So what are you taking? What is the treatment for COVID? By the way, what do they give you?
Just a lot of Tylenol, cold and flu, just stuff. But yeah.
Okay. So over the counter stuff.
Yeah.
That's all.
Pretty much
Okay.
anything that's going to expectorant of mucus. What'd you think about Xavier Howard deal? We never even got into that.
Oh, that's right. We haven't had it. I thought Chris Greer did an excellent job with the Xavier Howard deal. I thought it wasn't an irresponsible contract at all. A very manageable deal. And you either had to sign him or trade him. There was no other option. He wasn't going to play on the current contract because that would create a problem. So you had to do either or. Plus, Omar, I was thinking about this. You screwed up with Flo. Okay. You got lucky. You get an opportunity to hire your second coach. Well, if you want your second coach to succeed, you better make his transition a little easier. Don't get rid of your best player in the team. So you got to keep Xavier Howard also because it makes Mike McDaniel's life a lot easier. He can focus on offense and not have to worry about a ginormous hole that was opened up now and you've got to fill because X is gone. So there were a lot of reasons why you should keep him under contract, and they're all good.
I don't see the details of the new deal. So I'm gonna hold judgment until I see the new deal. Not to say that I disbelieve David Cantor, because I know Cantor and I know he's about as genuine and as
if Cantor puts it out, he's not gonna BS it because then he'll look bad. He knows he's been in the business.
Bullseye.
So Cantor's a good dude, bro. He's smart. He knows.
Whoa, okay.
What? What happened?
In 2024, 2025, and 2026, each year features a $3 million roster bonus.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Cap hit. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
This is...
Yeah. It has outs. It has multiple outs on that deal.
Yeah, but those are some huge cap hits.
It's basically a 3-year deal.
Yes.
It's basically a 3-year. It's basically a 3-year contract is what they're looking at. And then that'll be the decision. Does he finish the career? Is he healthy enough? Has the knee held up? Because that's really the concern you have is the knee injury, the knees, the scopes, and that will they hold up? But it's basically a 3-year deal. It's a pretty responsible contract. You can get out of it.
Yeah.
But, hey, by the way, he's done that with most of the deals too. The Teron Armstead deal was not a bad deal either, the way he structures it. Well, one of the things you have to give him a lot of credit, Omar, is most of his deals are usually pretty smart deals and structured in ways that they can get out of it, and they're not really tied long term.
That's been the case since Jeff Ireland. That's not a Chris Greer.
Not really, because the Ndamukong Suh one was terrible, and it
3 years and they were out.
Yeah, well, you can't have 2 years of 19 and 13 million of dead cap money. That's not
every single deal they've done since Ireland and even Tannenbaum. They're all the same thing. When the guaranteed money is up, contract is up, and even then they don't when they traded Shaq Lawson and Eric Flowers, they don't even wait for the guaranteed money to be up.
Well, no, yeah, but those are smaller deals. But the Suh one, he's gone, and you're still paying him for 2 more years. It's not a good thing. What 1 year is not bad because you got to get out of it. Like what Chris did that 1 year in 19, where he just took everything on and said, "All right, let's just clean the slate and let's take all the dead cap money." And let's write it out and clean it out.
That's really not what they did. What they did is they traded away a lot of their good players.
Exactly.
Quinn, Tannehill. They didn't really.
You have to free up the current space to clear up the dead space.
No, not really.
Because if you don't, Omar, I know you don't believe this. You then have to put more on the back end again. And if you don't want any more on the back end, so you can have all your cap space the following year, and then you can mortgage your own future, that's how you do it. If not, you keep
in the last 10 years, I've never covered this team where they weren't a top 7 team in cap space. That's because of the way they structure their contracts, the way they and it's been pretty consistent and universal, even going back to Ireland. I remember having a conversation with him about, he's not doing any deals that are longer than 3-year deals, and he really.
Yes, but it's also because they haven't been good enough to keep their players around, so they don't have those issues.
I don't think they care about keeping the players around.
They've lost most of their players. They don't re-sign them. Now they're going to do that. That'll be different down the line. But the team you've been covering the last 10 years.
Hold on. Says who? I don't think that's the case.
That's what they're doing now.
No, not really. Who they've signed Jerome. They did not sign Mike. They did not sign Nick Needham.
They don't have to sign them. They're here.
They're not. Christian Wilkins, will he get a 5th-year option, or will he get a multi-year deal? If you're
dealing, you're creating something that doesn't exist. The bottom line is Agba, he kept him, right? Gesicki, he tagged him. He doesn't have to give him a long-term deal because his head coach has to figure out Gesicki first. So first you do the responsible thing before you give the kid the long-term deal, because you change your scheme. He did keep him, right? And he kept Jerome Baker, right?
If your theory is correct, then you would have signed Gesicki instead of exposing him. You would give Michael Dieter a deal. You would.
Why? He hasn't earned the deal yet.
Exactly. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, there's nobody that they've taken care of. Agba was a top 15, 20 free agent. Like,
they took care of him. He performed for 2 years. They took care of him. Jerome Baker performed, and they took care of him. Xavier Howard performed, and they took care of him.
Yeah,
I'm not following you here.
These are your top players. Xavier Howard and Emmanuel Agba are your top players on your team. Top one and two.
You kept them.
Like 1 and 2.
And you kept them.
Yeah,
they didn't do that.
So what you weren't supposed
they
to?
never used to do that. They never kept their guys. Their guys used to leave all the time. I just kept telling you. It's these 3 years you can only count, Omar. 3 years that he took over and on. Since this new regime, they're re-signing
Parker 2015. Parker, you kept. Bobby McCain, you kept. That's it, really, because everybody else. Jordan Phillips, you let go. Jamal Douglas, you let go. Next year,
new scheme. You had to get rid of the people that don't fit and the people that fit. Yes.
The next year, you re-signed Grant. You traded Drake away. That class is garbage. 2017 class is garbage. Davin Godchild, you let him go.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Harris, you traded him away. Everything else is garbage. Yeah, no, bro. This is you sign 1 or 2 and Juwan James.
Well, that's all there is available, Omar. There were 15 players that you had to sign. Agba was the guy who was available. You had to re-sign him. Xavier was out. You had to re-sign him. You did it. Gesicki and Needham needed to be tagged. You tagged them. You kept them. You went out and spent a boatload of money in free agency. I'm not sure what you're complaining about.
If we're gonna sit here and we're gonna say, oh well, they're keeping their guys and they're re-signing their guys, and no, they're not doing anything any different than they've done for the last 10 years. Out of their draft class, they might re-sign 2. Half of them are busts. And the rest are fringe players. 2018, Gesicki, you retained him. Jerome, you signed him. Durham, you signed. So, okay, we got 3. Balaj is not here.
Smythe, that's right. Thank you for helping
Jason Sanders, they did sign him. 2018, they signed 4.
I'm just talking about the last 3 years since Greer fully took over and he's in charge. It's different the way they're running things. It's different the way they're wheeling and dealing. It's different the way they've set up their draft picks from one year to another, where you're having, like, next year, you're rich in picks again. And it's different that you're keeping your better players. These are things that weren't done the
They've
last
always
2 years.
kept their better players, except for a situation.
Didn't
The
Olivier
better
Vernon's
Jarvis Landry,
leaving?
Olivier Vernon,
Yeah,
and
those are some
Charles
of your better.
Clay.
Oh, I don't know about Charles Clay so much, but the other guys, those are
Vontae
some of your better
Davis,
players.
Sean
You let-
Smith.
Yeah,
Hey.
you let guys go all the time. That was our problem, that they would let guys go that they would draft and actually turn out to be decent players. Those are the guys you wouldn't keep around. You'd go buy somebody else's free agents. They're keeping their own guys. The ones they think are good, that's what they've done the last couple of years.
I've been doing this for 15 years. It's a never-ending cycle. It's the same thing. You go out, you go buy your left tackle. They did that with Brandon Albert. They did that. No, they didn't have to do that before Brandon Albert because they had what's his name, Jake Long. It's the same thing. It's some players you let go, some players you re-sign. Some players are bust. Jonathan Martin's a bust. Deion Jordan's a bust.
That's not true. We're inducting Deion Jordan to the Ring of Honor next year.
He's a free agent, I think. Daniel Thomas, Clyde Gates. It's the same thing. Sometimes you re-sign the Mike Pouncey's, you re-sign the Walt Aikens, but the rest of your class.
They let Mike Pouncey go, play better have a Pro Bowl year for San Diego. We didn't finish him off here.
He did get a second contract. He got that biggest contract for a center here, and then they cut him when they felt like they need to cut him. Like that's the Dolphins' way. You're
not giving them any love of what they're doing here.
No. Why should I? What's the difference in the result?
Oh, I'm just saying they're signing.
What's the difference in the result? Last time you've been to the playoffs?
I don't know. What are you talking about? What do you mean it's the difference in results? How many times have you covered back-to-back winning seasons?
Never. But
okay, so you just asked me what's the difference in results.
That was on the
I
head
just
coach
gave you the
fired.
difference in your results. I'm just telling you they're re-signing their guys. You don't want to believe it, but it's happening.
Was on the head coach
and if they win again next year, and if they win again this year, which they will, you're going to have 3 straight winning seasons, and this time in the playoffs.
I'm going to look up last time they had 3 straight winning seasons. That's a good one right there. 3 straight winning seasons. That's a good bar.
That's Wanstead, and that's the Wanstead Jimmy era.
I think you just inspired a column. 3 straight winning seasons.
I seem to inspire columns with all of you guys all the time.
Oh, actually, 3 straight winning seasons was 2001, 2002, and 2003.
I just told you the Dave Wanstead, Jimmy Johnson era. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Dave picking up a loaded defense and just not doing enough on offense, and that defense trying to.
4 straight winning seasons.
No, we actually won games in those days.
5
Didn't win
straight winning seasons.
Didn't win shit in the playoffs.
7
Our
straight winning
boys,
seasons.
our boys didn't do jack in them.
7 straight winning seasons from 1997 to 2003.
Yeah, the last time I was on the beat.
And then the Wanstead bad season at 4-12, where
I got out the first year of Saban. What year is that? That was my last.
2005. 2005.
That was the last year that the first year of Saban was the last year that I would go all the time. That was the last year.
Boy, it's been a long era of mediocrity. Long.
Yeah, now you all know what's the problem. I'm not on the beat anymore. That's the thing. The 7 straight winning seasons is when I was on the beat, baby. Yeah, we didn't win jack shit.
I think Jason Cole and Alex Marvez could take some ownership for that too.
Yeah,
Like,
they can.
It's clearly the reporters. We're not holding the team.
Yeah. We had Marvez, Cole, Salguero. Those were the guys.
Ethan, I believe Shad was there.
No, Shad came after. Shad
came after. Okay.
Shad came after.
2004, I think.
Yeah, I don't think Shad was there for the Wanstead era. I think he got there just after. I think he was in Florida still. I think he was covering the Gators at that time.
It's clearly the beat guys. We're not doing a good enough job holding the team accountable, holding them to standards that should make South Florida respect their team. We'll work on that.
Sounds like I need to get back on the beat so I can start winning again. All right. Anyway, what are you working on the Sun Sentinel so folks can check you out, my friend?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm recovering. I'm recovering from COVID.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, recover. Don't go in the locker rooms spreading COVID to my quarterback. Okay, you're already dissing his ass.
Friday. I was supposed to see him on Friday, and I
know. Stay away from him, okay? Because you're already dissing his ass. You're sabotaging him, and now you're going to give him COVID. No, none of that. Okay.
Nobody's dissing him. Nobody's sabotaging. What do you think about Devontae Parker?
I love that deal. God, that was a great deal. That was awesome. 2/3 now next year. Parker in a 5th. Go for it, bro. You can have it. Those hamstrings in that cold weather. He couldn't keep them loose in the heat and humidity here. He's going to keep those hamstrings loose in Foxborough.
Listen, I don't worry about it either. People are like, oh, Devontae and Belichick. Like, I'm not scared of Devontae. I've never seen Devontae Parker open. Like he just catches.
X will eliminate that. X will eliminate that. That's not a big deal. And dude, that's their number one. Like they want. Like, wow, like that's right. It's funny.
I gotta look at it.
I thought the same thing. It's like they're writing about it and they're going to use them as their number one because the other kid, because the Patriots can't draft receivers. Belichick, as great as he sucks. It's like John Elway in quarterbacks. Like he couldn't find a quarterback if his life depended on it. Same thing. Belichick can't draft.
I think Nelson Aguilar is better than Devontae.
No, I know he's better. I'm not arguing with you there. I'm just saying they're writing it like they think Parker will be their number one.
Woo!
Check out the writers. Look at how they're writing it.
Devontae's a nice player. What bothers me about Devontae his whole career, outside of the injuries, he's never open. He's never open.
Of course not.
And I'm like,
he lost after all those injuries. He lost all his explosiveness, dude. Every bit of it. He used to be able to do it at Louisville. He was the ultimate freak. He could separate. He could go up in the air. He could do whatever the hell he wanted. But when you have all those hamstring injuries, there's no way you'll ever have that speed again, bro.
What you doing for punter?
7th round, you have 2 picks, bro. You'll find a guy you undrafted, coach him up. What the hell, Omar? What the hell happened to that way of doing it? People did it like that all the time. You got a guy off the street that was undrafted. You coached his ass up, and he played for you for 7, 10, 12 years. You didn't have to draft punters in the 3rd or 4th round.
There's a special one. There's a special one, Jordan Stout. I mean, it's a punter. But he does have 50. He does have 25 punts of 50+ yards.
No, I know. I know. He'll kick your ass and you'll land on the other side of the moon. I get all of that. I know he's good. But it's just,
not worth the 5th round. I mean, you drafted a long snapper
losing his effing mind. You telling him, no, we got to draft a punter in the 4th round. He's like, get the hell out of here. I'll go find a kid undrafted and he'll play for me for 10 years. It's like, coach him up, dude. Please.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree.
Punters, and that shit started with Shane Leckler and the Raiders taking him in the 3rd round. The year they took Janikowski in the 1st round, they took Shane Leckler, I believe, in the 2nd or 3rd round or something like that.
He's had a pretty impressive career.
Both of them. Actually, as I was telling somebody yesterday, that Sebastian Janikowski in the 1st round was a great pick. Do you know why? He became the Raiders' all-time leading scorer.
I don't know if it was a great pick, but
it's the end of the 1st round, bro. He becomes your all-time leading scorer. It doesn't turn out to be a bad pick in the end. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think you could have gotten him in the 2nd round, though.
Probably, but he was that guy that was a freak because
he was. I covered him in his career at Florida State. Sebastian Janikowski was a legend. No question.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he can bomb the crap out of that ball, dude. He was one of the first explosive kickers that you saw like come out like, holy crap, man.
The Polish powder keg.
It was like he was like the beginning of making the 50-yarder routine, put it that way. Because when I was young, the 50-yarder, the 52, the 53 was like, holy shit, dude. That's a hell of a kick. Now, if you can't make a 50-yarder as a routine, you're not a good kicker anymore. Like routine 50-yarder.
Yeah.
And I think Janikowski was that guy that started to bring the juice to kicking. Not that he was juicing, but I mean, he was the guy that like, oh, wow, this guy's a weapon now. All of a sudden, we look at that position as a weapon. Janikowski was one of those first guys.
Jesus
I would have to
Christ.
say that.
Do you know the Rams haven't had a first-round pick since Jared Goff in 2016?
Okay. That's okay. It's paid off. It's paid off. You know, I talked about this the other day. It goes both ways. Okay. You can spend all the picks you want and spend all the money you want. And look at New Orleans. They did it. They spent and they didn't win anything the last couple of years, and they put themselves in cap hell, unfortunately. And then you can do it like the Rams, and you can mortgage your future and the picks and all that. And if it pays off, who cares? The day you have to clean house and clean roster, who cares? The trophies are in there, and that's the bottom line. That's how you roll the dice, dude. Either way, you go for it. And one way or another, it's either going to pay off or not. You better get the right free agents. The Rams they got the right free agents.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly. Catch his work there at the South Florida Sun Sentinel. Omar, as always, I appreciate you, my friend.
All right.
Have
Always
a
my friend.
day.
All right.
Got it. There you go. Omar Kelly.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843.
Again, not a handyman. He's not there to fix your door handle. Okay. Like an addition to your home, remodeling the kitchen, redoing the backyard where you're, putting a tiki hut, a kitchen, whatever, barbecue, all that kind of stuff. That's why you call EJD Construction. Custom home construction, okay? 305-433-4843. Good people there at EJD Construction, man. Tell them that Big O sent you. We got the Heat and the Hornets tonight at 7:30. And guess what? We got a little Panthers action tonight. Maple Leafs taking on the Panthers at the FLA Live Arena after what I would label a freaking phenomenal weekend by the Panthers. And we're going to talk about that freaking phenomenal weekend by the Panthers in our lockdown segment here to start the top of the hour, our A. Lenny Locksmith Florida Panthers segment with the great George Richards from FloridaHockeyNow.com. That, my friends, is next.
Time for the Lockdown segment with Florida Panthers insider George Richards. This lockdown is brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com. Here's FloridaHockeyNow.com insider George Richards.
Locksmith, alennylocksmith.com, A. Lenny Locksmith on Twitter. They've got locations all throughout South Florida, Dade, Broward, Palm Beach. They're even in Orlando and Tampa. So for those of you listening to us in Orlando and watching in Tampa, there you can call A. Lenny Locksmith. We even have a location in Phoenix, Arizona, just in case, just so you'll know, okay? Because it's expanding all over the place. 24-hour locksmith, house and car locks, all of that residential, commercial locksmith. You lose your car keys, they'll replace them. You lose your home keys, they'll replace them. They'll replace the locks, all of that. Serving all of South Florida and even Central Florida. A. Lenny Locksmith, and tell them that Big O sent you. George, how you feeling, my friend? You feeling good?
Orlando, how are you?
Very good.
Well, wait, real quick. What are you rocking there? You got the old Strikers? Yeah, that's what I thought. I saw the Bumblebee going.
You know it, baby. You know
Good
I'm all
times at Lockhart.
I'm all hometown. I will always be pure hometown every day. This weekend, I don't think people realize how difficult it is that not only was it a back-to-back road games, but midday games, dude, that take you and listen, I've been a beat guy and I know men, just us in general, how habitual we are in our world, in our lives, that when you just take us out of our own, routines, we kind of get a little discombobulated here. Well, people don't realize how habitual athletes are in their routines. And for them to get completely out of their routine, and this is rare that you play a Saturday, Sunday in middays like that. And then the first game also to come back from the 4-goal deficit is just sick. But I think it's one of it really shows you the level of professionalism and how much these guys care about what they're doing, because that's the kind of weekend, George, you mail it in, dude.
Absolutely. I mean, I talked to Andrew Burnett about it on Friday. The Saturday game in New Jersey wasn't your normal afternoon game. Usually when you're on the road, your hotel is right next door. You wake up, you have breakfast, you have coffee, you walk to the rink. The Panthers weren't staying in Newark, New Jersey. They stayed in New York, had the bus in, so you have to get up even earlier. They had traffic. It was a whole mess. And then you walk into, Newark, and you're like, all right, playing the Devils, whatever. Yeah, it is a mental grind when you're playing those kind of games, especially when you're a team like the Panthers, when you're really not fighting for anything. New Jersey, on the other hand, this is their Super Bowl, right? Playing the Panthers is like, man, we can beat these guys. The past couple of weeks have been worth it. So the Panthers look terrible for the first two periods. There's no way around that.
That's what I was saying. That's what
they were terrible those first two periods. Right. They did mail it in. I mean, and you do. But give them credit for waking up in the third period. They brought the attack to New Jersey. And like Lindy Ruff said in the post game, the coach of the Devils, he was
former
like,
Panther.
we were former Panther coach. He was the goalie coach for the 96 team. Lindy, great guy, by the way. Lindy goes, we were a young, scared team, and the Panthers took advantage, and they certainly did. Scoring 4 goals there in that third while not giving up anything. I mean, I think they ended up with 5 shots in the third period, and maybe they had 1 scoring chance for New Jersey. So an absolutely dominating performance by the Panthers in that third, good enough to tie the thing up and get the win.
I can't. I mean, the Saturday game obviously was just out of this world, and then you bounce back the next day, and the performances. And by the way, Bob had an ugly outing out there too. So let's. How much are we concerned with Bob having those moments that still kind of leave you like, yeah, he's done good, but he's still not that Bob from Columbus of a couple of years ago.
Well, I'm not going to take anything away from New Jersey. That was a mercy killing, pulling him out out after 2 periods. The Panthers were leaving him out to dry. I mean, listen, he gave up 6 and his numbers looked horrible. But maybe there were 2 that were on him. I mean, that was just an ugly performance all around.
You're right about that. You're right.
So I'm not taking that.
But you're right. That's a good point.
But those are the kind of games you just have to get through. I wouldn't have been surprised if Brunette left him in for that third period. But again, it was a mercy pull, and the Panthers weren't expecting to come back and win, no matter what they tell you. When you're down 4 on the road, you're expecting you're going to give up 1 more, right? You're not going to shut the team down. And they absolutely
it's not to that second goal that you actually believe you have a shot, really. Let's be honest now.
Like the guys
scored that second goal, you're like, oh, now we have a shot. Now it's realistic.
Because you think in your head, hey, and this is the players said that they talked about this in the locker room. Let's get 2 before the 10-minute mark. Let's make it a 2-goal game with 10 minutes left to go, and that's exactly what they did. They got the 2 quick goals from their defensemen, and they were back, in that ball game, and The rest is history, and that's exactly what Saturday was, history. The Florida Panthers, there's been 2 teams in the last 5 years that have come back from a 4-goal deficit. The Panthers did it in the third period. The Panthers did it a couple years ago in Boston. They were down 4-0 going into the third, get an Aaron Ekblad goal 30 seconds in. They're off to the races there, winning overtime. And again, the other day, and then Newark, they were able to do it. So, this team's got something special going on, and 13 games left. They still have a lot to play for. I think tonight having Toronto come into the building is good for the Panthers. There's not going to be any resting on their laurels. They know that Toronto can be right on their heels. The Panthers want to win the Atlantic. They've got a 7-point lead on Toronto, but if they lose in regulation tonight, Toronto all of a sudden is 5 points back. Now you got some heat on you.
Right. I'm with you there. When we look at this season, and we don't have everybody on board yet. We don't have everybody really realizing what's going on. And look, I'm getting ahead of myself. They haven't made a deep run into the playoffs since the mid-90s.
Yeah.
I understand all of that. They're the best team on the planet. And hopefully they do make that run all the way to the Stanley Cup and hopefully even win it this year. That would be phenomenal.
Sure.
But the message I want to send to people is that it's like, get on board, because you may not realize this right now, but this may be one of the greatest teams in South Florida history. When we talk about the 72 Dolphins and maybe we pick, the big 3, this might be right there behind those teams, dude, as one of the greatest teams in South Florida history. And I want people to get on board, because the offense that this team has is absolutely sick. I don't know if we'll ever, hopefully we keep them around, so we'll see it again next year and next year after that. But it's amazing. And that's what I try to tell people about how special is what's developing in Sunrise.
Yeah, I remember, and indulge me here for a minute, about a few years ago, the Herald had me do a story and talk to Edwin Pope about covering the 72 Dolphins. And I remember asking Edwin, did you realize what was going on in the moment? Did you realize? And he goes, no, you never do. You never realize the good old days when you're in them, right? And that carried with me when the Heat had LeBron James and the big 3. We were living in the good old days right then and there, and I don't know how many people realized it, but these days end. And right now, the Florida Panthers are living in their good old. It may not get any better than this. They're going for it right now, because you only have limited opportunity to do something special, and the Florida Panthers are know that they may not do it. I don't know. They may lose in the first round of Washington. We don't know what's going to transpire, but they've never ever had a team like this. Everybody loves the 96 team. They were a lovable bunch, but as I've told you before, that 6 months later you had a general manager tearing that team apart because it was not all that great.
Yeah, skill-wise, it wasn't anything.
Hockey minds.
Right.
Yeah. So this team you're trying to keep together as long as you can, and now we have a salary cap. You may not be able to do it, but that's neither here nor there.
No, but wait a minute. To educate folks, we're getting a little break like Tampa did with Ekblad. So this team
right now, I'm talking about next year and the year after that.
That's what I'm saying. Right this year. That's what I'm saying. Enjoy this year, because next year's team may not be as good as this team, may not be as deep as this team. So please enjoy what's going on right now, man. God,
it is fun because they are good, boy. I'll tell you what, they are a dominating team. When they come at you in waves, and they are very hard to match up with. They are very hard to contend with. Some teams have succeeded. You might be able to bottle the Panthers up for a period, maybe 2 periods, but after a while, I mean, they just wear you down. Goalies can only sustain so much when they're getting 40 shots a night, and these aren't outside, just little dink, and these goalies are just like exhausted after 2 periods, and they're like, well, here comes the third. They're going to do it to you all over again.
We're Panther fans. We've been on the other side of watching our goalie be peppered 40 times a night.
How many times did we see Roberto Luongo just exhausted? And they end up losing 2-1 because as good as Roberto Luongo was, he could not do it the whole game. Right. And that's what the Panthers are doing to the opposition.
Yeah. How are they health-wise going into this game outside of Ekblad, of course?
Yeah, everything's fine. Patrick Hornquist will not play tonight. It doesn't appear. He's still got that upper body. I think that's what they're saying. But he's been practicing with the team. He probably returns Friday against the Sabres when they come down here. And Nola Chari is out. We haven't seen him in a little while, so they're probably just trying to get him ready for the playoffs. But other than that, the Panthers are at pretty much 100%.
George, how cool is it? And walk us through the reaction of people around the league, other reporters and writers, because for many years you get to talk to your colleagues about some great teams that they're covering.
Sure.
So I'm wondering, what's the reaction now when you get to see people or on the road or whatever, and they tell you about the Panthers and how impressed they are and those kind of things?
It's always the same. Georgie, you got yourself a team finally, and people are very impressed with the Panthers. This is a very impressive team. You read the tweets when the Panthers go on the road and they get to see them up close and personal, and they get to see that offensive push that just comes line after line after line, and it's overwhelming to teams. I mean, the Panthers really could score 7-8 goals a game, and that's why you're seeing the Vegas lines. The Vegas knows it now. Vegas is like, we're not playing around with these guys no more, because the Panthers, you don't know what they're going to do. I mean, even when the Panthers only scored 2 or 3 goals in a game, they had 56 scoring chances. So, you talk about around the league, everybody is like, you've got a team here. Even some coaches that I've talked to privately, one former Florida Panther coach, not going to name names, there's a couple out there, was like, whoa, wow, you got a team this year, boy.
Hey, are they going to let you back into the locker rooms at all this year for the for postseason or anything?
I don't know. We haven't discussed that yet. Right now we're doing breakout rooms, so you're getting a couple players here and there with the coach. I don't know. I mean, I think whatever happens with the NBA is what the NHL do. The NHL, whatever the NBA does, the NHL does. I mean, when the NHL canceled games, guess what? The NHL followed suit. So if the NBA starts letting people back in, whatever the NBA does, the NHL follows.
Yeah, NBA handles things the right way, man, usually. You know what I'm saying? As much as I love football, they mishandle stuff all the effing time. Give us a preview, my brother, tonight against the Maple Leafs. What do Panthers look for tonight? What do Panther fans look for tonight?
Well, this is a good game and a nice test for the Panthers. Again, they just clinched a playoff spot, so you would think, maybe they're kind of like, all right. They're not. I mean, they have big goals right now. Not only what they're going to do in the playoffs, but what they do going into the playoffs. They have the opportunity to win the Atlantic, which gives them home ice advantage at least through the first 2 rounds. They have an opportunity to win the Eastern Conference, which gives them home ice all through the East. And they're right on Colorado's tail for the number 1 record in the NHL, which would give you home ice in the Stanley Cup final. So the Panthers have something to play for. And the good thing is they know it. So they don't want to be sleepwalking into the playoffs. Big O, how many times have we seen teams that let the foot off the gas and then they're a little rusty? Because the Panthers, after their last game, I believe they end the season in Montreal, the regular season, they're going to probably have 3, 4, 5 days off. So you want to be sharp going into the playoffs. You don't want to lose that momentum. But I'll tell you what, I don't know why we would think this team would. I mean, they've been rolling and rolling and rolling since last year. They picked right up where they left off at the beginning of the season.
They've proven nothing. Here and there, they've proven nothing, so they should be motivated to go prove everything. That's what I mean.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. But let's not forget, though, while we have been watching this Panther team for 20 years and know the droughts and yada yada, these guys don't know anything about that. I mean, clear slates for them. They didn't do it. They didn't. They didn't lose to the Islanders. 5 years ago. So
I'm with you. Now, to piggyback off of that and wrap up here this segment, you talked about how you don't expect the Panthers to have a letdown, and obviously this weekend was the perfect example to show you that professionalism is at an all-time high for this franchise. But in general, can you explain why the NHL cares more about their regular season than the NBA? Because players don't just rest in the NHL all the time and load management and all this BS. And meanwhile, in the NBA, we got plenty of that crap going on and players taking off all the time and all that. That doesn't go on in the NHL. So what is it about? Is it just a blue collar nature? What is it? Why?
I'm not going to get into that part. Numbers. It's numbers though, right? Because you only have 23 players on your team and you have to dress 20. So it's not like you can, like in the NBA, you've got 15 guys on your roster. You might only use 8 or 9. So you can sit guys in a game if you want to. You can't do that in the NHL. You've got to ice a team. So I think that's part of it. But yeah, there are games.
They don't play like they're coasting. You know what I'm saying? They don't play.
The Panthers could say
even the big three. There were moments where they just put it on cruise control.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. But you saw it last year with Tampa Bay. They were like, we're in the playoffs. What do we care? Just tell us when the postseason starts. But they're a team that have accomplished some things. The Panthers aren't that. Listen, there are going to be opportunities to say, Jonathan Huberdeau, my gosh, you've played every single game. Take the night off. He's not going to do it. Sasha Barkov, man, you know what? We want to take the night off. He ain't going to do it. These guys want to play. They do want to play. They want to be out there with their teammates. And they realize that you need to be as sharp as you can going into the playoffs. Now, the Panthers are going to mix and match some lineup. They're going to bring up some guys from the minors. When I covered Columbus, the Columbus on the next to last game of the season clinched a playoff spot. The following night, they were in Nashville, and it was like they iced a minor league team against Nashville. The Panthers could do that if everything's locked up, and maybe you'll see the Panthers bring up half the Charlotte Checkers to play in a game, but that might be one game.
Okay, all right.
Just so nobody gets hurt going into the playoffs, maybe let a couple guys make their NHL debuts, that kind of thing. But
all right, FloridaHockeyNow.com is what you need as a Panther fan, so you can keep up with everything. Subscribe to it. It's $3 a month. It's a joke, okay? And the man puts out like 87 stories a day. FloridaHockeyNow.com. What are you working on FloridaHockeyNow.com, sir?
Well, thanks for asking. This morning we published a story about Jonathan Huberdeau and Sasha Barkov's relationship over the years, and how Huberdeau just broke Barkov's single season scoring record, and he seemed kind of, I don't want to talk to Barky about it, I don't know how he's going to feel, and Barkov's like, man, God bless him, good for him, that kind of thing. Very happy for Jonathan Huberdeau to pull off that record. We've also got a story coming up today on Carter Verhaeghe, big part of that first line for the Panthers. He's a Toronto guy, grew up a Maple Leafs fan, Matt Sundin jerseys, yada, yada, yada. So this is a big game for him. Everybody back home in Ontario is going to be watching. So we'll have that story. And then later in the week, we've got a lot of good stuff. We got some Sergei Bobrovsky stuff, some Spencer Knight stories. So a lot of stuff happening at Florida Hockey Now.
There you go. Subscribe, please. FloridaHockeyNow.com, so you can get everything on the Florida Panthers and get on board. I'm telling you, this is going to be one of the greatest teams in South Florida sports history, and they're in the middle of a beautiful season right now. Follow him on Twitter at George Richards. George, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Enjoy the Okie tonight.
All right. Thank you, Big O. We'll see you, bud.
You got it. There you go. That is your Florida Panthers lockdown segment.
This has been the Florida Panthers Lockdown segment, brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Call 855-869-5625 or go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
All right. By the way, Sloman's Home Security, a proud sponsor of our program. Protect your home, protect your family, protect your pets, protect your business. Call the great people at Sloman's. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. And right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME, the first 40 Big O listeners will get a free doorbell camera. Tell them that Big O sent you. 1-800-ALARM-ME. You'll feel protected. You'll feel safe. You can have cameras installed in the home, outside, besides your doorbell camera. I've got cameras outside. I've got cameras inside. I got to keep up with the dogs, man. You know, we love our dogs. And what you're going to love, it's connected right to your smartphone, so you can keep up with every camera in your home. You can communicate to somebody that's at the front door. And, of course, with the professional installation, when you use our low-cost central station monitoring, you're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. Tell them that Big O sent you. 1-800-ALARM-ME. We're in 14 different states, so it's not just Florida. So make sure you call them. Could be in New York, New Jersey. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. And tell them that Big O sent you. All right, come on, Big O. Let's hear that horn. You know, I screwed up, dude. What a disappointment I am. I did not whip it out for the George Richards segment, and the horn too. Rick G, the horn is annoying. You never make everybody happy, right? There's always somebody that's going to complain, right? I want to talk about something with the Dolphins that I find entertaining in a way. You know what I mean? And it's something that is it shapes the way we think in certain areas of the world, because that's how we're programmed. And so we're programmed to react a lot, mostly to negativity. You know, it's, hey, did you see that that guy helped that old lady cross the street? Oh, that's nice. Hey, did you see that guy ran over a cat? Huh? What? You know, that's what we are. And that's how we are as a society in general. You know, you're watching the news and you don't want to hear about a group of individuals that went to a food bank and they brought in $10,000 of food and started giving food out right away and helping people out. And you'll just like, But if there's a school shooting, there's a car accident, there's whatever going on in politics, you'll start looking. Oh my God, this is happening? What? I want to see. And because we're attracted to train wrecks. We're attracted to negativity. We want to see Will Smith slap Chris Rock, so then we can talk about it and all of that. But we don't care if Billie Eilish is wearing Taylor Hawkins' shirt and, you know, honoring the man that unfortunately lost his life recently, right? That's the kind of stuff that's not going to draw anything, right? Because nobody's going to talk about, hey, that's pretty cool. Billie Eilish, young, star and doing her thing. And she, was thoughtful enough to wear a Taylor Hawkins shirt. You know, that's really cool. Are we going to get deep into that conversation? No, we don't care. And so it sets the stage for what I'm about to talk about. And the Dolphins just made a trade in moving Devontae Parker to the New England Patriots, which now set them up for 2 first-rounders, a second, and 2 third-rounders next year. So, one of the things, the way I looked at it, and I told all of you out there, I've said it, you can rewind, it's in other podcasts yesterday, and I said, I love what they're doing. I said it on Saturday, too. I love what they're doing because they had a layer of draft picks over the first couple of years. Now they added a layer of free agency to kind of, shorten the gap and get closer to their goal. And then next year they can add a layer of more draft picks to keep the rotation going of youth and influx new bodies into it in different positions because you're going to need it. And I mentioned it. Why? Because next year becomes the 4th year for Chris Grier, which then he has to decide he starts to keep or let go his first class of draft picks. And then the following year, the next class, and then starts the compensatory picks because you're going to keep some players, but you will have to let go others because you don't get to keep everybody. And you hope that those sign contracts elsewhere where then you get compensatory, value in return, right? So that's the way I looked at it. But if you notice, most of the guys that have come on, most of our insiders, most of your friends that are out there, right? People that are maybe writing, people that may be on TV, okay? They might say this, right? Well, they got all these picks. They got the 2, the second, and the 2/3. Well, this is great because if they need a quarterback next year, they've got the ammunition. And what sells? What I told you before, it doesn't sell. It doesn't sell. But you know what sells? Oh, Tua is not going to be good enough. You're going to have to get rid of Tua because Tua's a bust, because Tua can't throw, because Tua's got a short arm, because he is short, because I don't know, whatever stupid ass reason people come up with. And it's almost like they, after the trade, they assume the picks are going to be to make up for the quarterback because, of course, he's got to fail. And of course, that's the better article to write because that's the article that's going to get more clicks. That's the story that's going to get more views. That's the story that more people nationally will end up watching and caring about is somebody else's failure. Because why would they be interested in the Dolphins succeeding or that Tua would succeed or anything like that? You know what I mean? So I found it funny that after that trade, I want you to go back and look at all the people that reacted on it. And they talked about those picks in 2023. And sure enough, they had to tie the failure of Tua to those picks. They couldn't tie the success of the Dolphins to then say, hey, now they're going to add a class of picks now on top of a good roster. No, of course, it can't be the case. We can't have good things because we're Dolphin fans. It's just funny, man. U.S. and the G7 will announce new rounds of sanctions on Russia, including a ban on all new investments in the country. That's the greatest war we're ever going to fight is this one that's going on right now. This is being handled beautifully. They are going to crush that Russian economy, and maybe the Russians will wake up and kick Putin's ass out. Anyway, so do we get compensatory picks this year? I don't think so. I don't think they had the players that they lost this year. I think next year, the next couple of years, my brother, is when all those compensatory picks will start because the first waves of players will then start to leave. And remember, next year, it's the 4th year. So that's when those contracts are up. Then they sign a contract. You don't get the compensatory pick till the following year. But that's when the cycle starts, is my point. But again, nobody cares about those things. Why are we going to care about it, right? Why would the Dolphins have success this year? Why would Tua play well this year? Let's just be negative instead. It's just way better. It's easier. And it gets you all riled up a little bit more. Let's see. What else do we have here? Oh, you know what we do have here? We have to talk a little basketball. Yeah, baby. It is time now. Our liquor split Miami Heat report with Anthony Chang next.
Let's tap into the latest with the Miami Heat and our liquor split app Miami Heat reports with insider Anthony Chang. Liquor Split is Miami's own online liquor store. Download, then tap the app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split. Here's Anthony Chang.
And don't forget, whether it's iOS or Android, tap that app. Tap it. So make sure you download, tap that app, and get your favorite liquor delivered to your door.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Anthony, how you doing, my brother? How you feeling? You feeling good?
I'm doing well, Big O. Much better than the last time we spoke when I think we spoke the day after that whole sideline incident and all that.
Yes.
Much better in Heatland right now.
Yes. So, the way I looked at it is it's got to go three ways there, right? It's got to go whether, okay, it was an incident, water under the bridge. Sometimes you have disagreements with your buddies and friends or family members, and then, there's lots of love there. So you have a disagreement, you hug it up, you move on, boom. 2, disagreement stays in the background, but you're professional enough to overcome it, put it on the back burner, and go do your job. That's kind of what the Knicks were in the early 70s. Their title was 12 Guys, 12 Cabs, because they didn't get along. Or the third one, it is a problem, it festers, and it continues to create issues the rest of the year. Which one of the three are the Miami Heat?
Well, initially, I think the 2 games after that all happened, they lost both. They lost to the Knicks, which was one of the worst losses of the season. They wasted double-digit fourth quarter lead, and they get blown out at home by the Nets. So things did not look good initially right after all that unfolded. But I think the encouraging thing is it's not like they just flipped the switch. There were some pretty significant changes that Eric Spoelstra made to the rotation in the wake of not only the argument, but also the losing streak. And they've paid off. I mean, you've seen it. The offense has been a lot better. The defense has not. Usually with this team, the trade-off is you put out better offensive players out there and the defense suffers because of it. That hasn't been the case. The offense has been better. The defense has been just as good or even better than before. And they've, Strus in the starting lineup has been a positive change. And then playing more shooters around guys like Bam and Jimmy has helped as well. Those lineups with Tyler, Duncan, and Jimmy, and then Jimmy playing at the 4 next to either Bam or Dedmon have worked. So I think you're seeing that it's cliche what Spo said when that all happened, that he likes these type of stretches in the season because it brings out issues that you have to address and you need to address them. And it's better it happens before the playoffs. And I think that's what happened. There were some issues offensively that were even before the losing streak, when they were winning, you saw it. And I'm not saying they're all fixed, but I think they took a step in a positive direction with this new rotation and the new lineups they're putting out there.
All right. So you think they put it away and it's done, or they put it on the back burner and they can live with it? Which one of two? Because certainly it isn't a problem that's festering.
Right.
So
no, I don't think so. I definitely think they moved past it.
Okay.
I think, I mean, you've covered this team even longer than I have, Big O. You know what Pat Riley's culture is like. He likes confrontation.
Yeah.
He likes guys to be brutally honest with each other. And Spo is from the Pat Riley tree. And I've heard behind the scenes, we might not see it publicly, but Spo is going to be honest with you. He's going to tell you what you might not want to hear. We saw it publicly at that point, but I don't think that's, and you saw Dwayne Wade say it on TNT a few nights later, that's a Tuesday with the Miami Heat. Like, that stuff happens all the time behind the scenes. So yeah, it wasn't ugly. It was ugly, but I really don't think it's not like unusual for this team for that to happen.
All right. Speaking of ugly, Duncan Robinson.
Yeah,
that's ugly. That's okay. So here's where let's start to look at let's go macro and not micro now. Because micro is saying, well, he's struggling. Okay, start Strus. Okay, that's great. That's fine. All right, now let's go macro and let's start thinking about the deeper issues now. You've given this guy a ginormous contract. They are stuck in the middle of, they need to play him to kind of make sure to prove to people that he's fine so they can deal him in the offseason. But if he continues to fail and fall by the wayside and gives you a bunch of these zeros, eventually everybody's going to pass him, and then he'll have no value for you to trade him in the offseason. So even if the Heat want to make a move, it's almost like they're in a rock and a hard place where they've got to win now, so they've got no choice. But it's also going to put them in a real disadvantage in trying to get value for Duncan Robinson in the offseason, even if you try to get value for him. So can you talk about being in that position for the Miami Heat of trying to win now, but also not allowing an asset to completely die out before you can actually deal it?
For sure. And let me say, I've been a Duncan Robinson supporter, one of the bigger ones this season, even through his struggles. I still think he's really important to this team, even when he's not making shots. So that's why I think unless this team is in a 3-1 hole in the playoffs and it's out of desperation and they, someone replaces him in the rotation, I think he's going to be part of the playoff rotation. Just because, again, these changes were made with the goal of helping maximize Bam and Jimmy. And to maximize Bam and Jimmy, who are two guys who score in the paint and live in the paint, you need shooters. And yes, Caleb has made a high percentage of his threes this season. Victor Oladipo shot 6 of 9 last game, but the quote-unquote cliche of the gravity that a shooter has, I mean, Duncan Robinson and Max Strus are the two guys that have that gravity that will attract multiple defenders, no matter what they're shooting or in whatever slump they're in. So I think he's important.
But can I add a caveat to that? You are correct on that, but on the flip side of that is where Strus has to go over Duncan, and it also helps Bam and Jimmy. It's not about stretching. It's also being a liability. And at least Strus is a guy that's going to stay in front of his guy. Sometimes he'll defend the guy. Hell, sometimes he'll block the shot too on top of all of that. These are things you never see from Duncan. So if both guys are hitting their shots, he's still a liability on defense. At least when you start Strus, you have a guy that is incredibly capable offensively, but also not a liability on defense. And I think that also hurts Jimmy and Bam. It's easy to talk about the offensive end, but I think you have to look at the defensive end and say, when you put that kid on the floor, and I'm talking about Duncan, he doesn't help you anywhere else outside of shooting. And that's a problem.
I get that. I think the Strus move to the starting lineup has worked. I think Strus is definitely a better defender than Duncan. He's a better rebounder. Definitely. We've seen that already. Better in the open court.
Basketball player.
He can better. And the Heat, a big part of the Heat's offense is scoring the open court. And Max, we've seen it. He could finish in the open court. He's not a guy that he doesn't know what to do or he can't finish. He needs to pass to somebody else. He'll finish. So that helps alone right there. But I'm saying even off the bench, I think Duncan is going to be a part of the rotation because of what he does for the offense. I think the defense is good enough. I mean, it's been a top 5 all year. It's been pretty consistent all season. The big question mark with this team is the offense. Is the offense good enough?
But okay, wait a minute. Okay, so hold on a second. So what about tonight? Okay. What about if Depot gets another opportunity tonight and continues to shine? Why wouldn't you put Depot instead of Duncan? You may not get the same consistency at 3, although, hell, he was hitting a 3 from Miami High the other night. I mean, hell, what the hell was that?
That was a career night from 3, though.
I know it was. I know he's never hit 6 3-pointers. So I get all of that. But my point is, again, a multifaceted player that can help you all over the place.
Definitely.
What happens if in these last few games, and Oladipo does it again, you have to have Strus in there. Once you get Gabe Vincent back and Caleb in the mix, these are guys that help you out other ways too, because Gabe helps you as a shooter and helps you run the offense. These are multifaceted players. Duncan becomes the only guy that is not multifaceted in your rotation.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying these are easy decisions. I also, Vic he looked very good in Toronto. He looked very good. But I don't know if he's going to have that role with the ball in his hands that much if Jimmy's playing, right? I mean, Jimmy was out that night. A lot of guys were out that night. So, and again, tonight, if Kyle's out, which it looks like he might get the night off, Victor might start for all we know. But again, when they're healthy, Victor needs the ball in his hands, and I think that was part of the issue. In those first few games back when the team was healthy, it was hard to kind of integrate him to the offense, and how was he really helping Bam and Jimmy? So again, this whole thing is about helping Bam and Jimmy become the best offensive players they can be. Victor helps in a lot of different ways. I don't know how much he makes Bam and Jimmy better. So that I think Duncan makes Bam and Jimmy better offensive players just because of the spacing he provides. But I'm not saying, like I said, if they're down 2-1, 3-1 in the series, Duncan's in a big shooting slump, Spo might turn to Victor and said, Victor, give me what you got. I want to see if you can provide that spark. That's the beauty of this roster. They have the depth to make moves like that. And I think these last 3 games will be important for Victor. We're going to see, as the guys get nights off here and down the stretch of the season, Victor's going to get an opportunity. Does he play like that again? Or maybe it isn't his 6 threes, but does he make another step forward in his, step process of getting back to who he was? I mean, we'll see if that was a 1-game blip or if it really is a sign of he's feeling a lot more comfortable and healthy.
Where are they health-wise, by the way, with some of the guys?
I mean, there's 6 guys that are questionable right now. Kyle Lowry is questionable for rest. So again, it looks like he's gonna get the night off. PJ Tucker, Dwayne Dedmon, all minor injuries. Looks like Jimmy and Bam will play. But again, I think especially if they clinch here, I mean, if they win tonight and Boston loses tomorrow against the Bulls,
I'm laying the 5.5, Anthony. So you better tell them that they need to win tonight. Okay, I'm just
they can have the 1 seed clinch by tomorrow night. If they win tonight and Boston loses tomorrow, they can have the 1 seed clinched by tomorrow night. The final 2 games then become obviously useless.
That's why I'm betting this game because one, they're 3-0 against them. They've beaten them every time except once over 5.5 points, and that was the double overtime game. And I think they're going to be incredibly motivated to put these guys out so then they can then rest the next 2 games.
Sure.
And we'll see a mishmash lineup in those next 2 games. And Yurtseven is like, yeah, baby, I'm going to play a lot.
He's been waiting. I spoke with him last week. He's like eager to get out there and play.
By the way, you have a speaker on. Yeah. Turn your speaker down because that's giving a little echo there.
Sorry.
But yeah, so because you don't have any headsets or anything, you can't hear me?
No, I don't have my headsets right now. I'll do that next time.
That's why. Okay, all right. Yeah. So we'll get you the headsets next time. All right. So anyway, we look at this at the lineup today. So if Lowry's out, you expect is it Gabe Vincent going to be in, or what's the deal? What's going on?
It could be Gabe Vincent, but knowing Spo or I guess Chris Quinn tonight, if Spo does not coach, it could be Victor. I mean, he doesn't like messing with the rotation, right? Victor is a guy who hasn't been playing. You keep the bench rotation intact. You put Victor in the starting lineup. I mean, maybe that's the way to go. We'll see. I do think with Kyle being listed as questionable because of rest, just seems like a night off for him. And maybe next game it's Bam who gets a night off. Jimmy got the night off a few nights ago. So I think they're just gonna. There's no long-term concern with these injuries. It's a matter of just giving guys time this late in the year with the playoffs around the corner.
No, I would imagine that's kind of the key there is just giving them the kind of stretch it out. For tonight, Charlotte, do they have any serious injuries? I know they just got back Gordon Hayward.
Yeah, I don't think there's nobody on their injury report, and they have a lot to play for. They're tight right there in that play, and they're trying to get maybe up to that 7 or 8 spot, so they only have to win 1 to get into the playoffs in that play-in tournament. And even if they get 9 or 10, if they get 9, they get home court in that first round. So they have arguably more to play for than the Heat tonight, because the Heat looks like even if they have to win 2 out of 3 to control their own destiny for the 1 spot, but they're in pretty good position to finish at number 1. Even if they just get 1 of these 3 games, because at that point they'll just need 1 loss from one of the other teams to clinch the 1 spot.
With Max Strus, what's his contract situation?
He's on a minimum deal next year again. Team option.
Okay.
Same as Gabe Vincent. So they Omar Yurtseven, team control. They set up the contracts of both Gabe and Max and Omar Yurtseven. Team options, minimum deal next year. So he'll be a free agent in 2 years, but next year again, the Heat have him at a really team-friendly salary.
So what's the deal with Caleb? What do they have to do to not risk or try to avoid losing him? Because out of all those young guys, him and Strus are my favorite too. I think those two guys are. This is why I want you to move Duncan in the offseason, because I want you to keep Strus and Caleb Martin. I think those guys are perfect Heat players, dude.
Yeah, Caleb is interesting because if it really depends on if they're able to shed salary and if what the market is for Caleb Martin. They're going to have the exception money to keep him, but is that going to be enough? $8, $9 million, I don't know. And again, if they don't shed salary and they sign up to that exception, they're going to be in the tax. So it's going to be tight. There are ways and creative ways I'm sure the Heat will try to pull off to keep him. But if the market explodes for Caleb Martin because he has been very good this season and he's young, the Heat might have to make a tough decision and let him go. But I'm sure they're going to try to keep him if the price is right.
Is there going to be a market for Duncan Robinson?
There's always a market for shooters. His contract obviously is not ideal. 3 more years. Really, I think it's 2 more years. That fourth year of the deal is not exactly 100%. It's not 100% guaranteed.
Okay.
So it's really 2 more years with some partial guarantees in the 4th year. But I think the reason Duncan's contract is important, and I'm not saying they're going to trade him. We'll see. But this team is so top heavy with their roster. And to make salaries match, if you want to bring in a Dame Lillard or a Bradley Beal in a trade, you need to have salary to send out. Tyler Hero is obviously the young piece that's attractive and that teams want. But he's even next year, even if he signs an extension, he's a $4 or $5 million salary. Duncan is, double digits, 15, 16 million. So that salary is important to making the numbers work. Yeah, maybe alone teams might not want Duncan's contract, but if it's attached to a young asset, then it becomes more appealing. So Duncan's contract is an important trade chip for the Heat, in that scenario.
All right, what are you working on in the Miami Herald so they can check you out, Mr. Chang?
Yeah, I'm really interested in all the rotations. I'm just the rotation changes and kind of what they're doing with Jimmy and Bam and how they're unlocking different parts of their game is really interesting to me. So I'm working on a piece about that and kind of exploring how it's helped the offense and helped in particular Bam and Jimmy and how it might translate to the playoffs. And then other than that, we're just monitoring the standings. I mean, we don't know who the Heat are going to play. There's 6 possible teams that the Heat could play. Brooklyn being one of them, which would be obviously a very interesting series. Just monitoring the standings and kind of just trying to figure out, what the rotation is going to be and if this rotation will stick in the playoffs.
Follow him on Twitter, by the way, at Anthony_Chang, and more importantly, catch his work there at the Miami Herald. Subscribe and support, please, our local journalists. They do an excellent, excellent job. Anthony, thank you for taking some time. Your initial a liquor split Miami Heat report, baby. Good job.
Big. I'll have headphones next time. I apologize.
Yes, headphones. We want no echo. We'll
No
catch
problem.
you later on in the week, my friend. Appreciate you.
Talk to you soon. Thank you.
You got it. There you go. The great Anthony Chang.
You're now tapped into the latest with the Miami Heat. This has been the Miami Heat Liquor Split Report with insider Anthony Chang. Download the Liquor Split app and enjoy your favorite drinks at wholesale prices. Delivered right to your door in minutes with a flat fee of $2.99. VIP lifestyle without the VIP prices. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
Tap it, baby. Tap that app. By the way, you can get a little Edge energy drink by tapping that app on Liquor Split. So, listen, you want to mix up the vodka, you want to mix up the rum, mix it up with a little Edge. Yeah, baby. Smooth, delicious, and zero aftertaste. You can go to myedgedrink.com. You can go to liquorsplit.com. You can download the app, iOS, Android, doesn't matter, Liquor Split. And you can order your Edge energy drink. This, my friends, there we go. You always got to, the camera, you always got to remember that it's opposite of whatever you think it is. But this is the best energy drink on the freaking planet. It is so awesome. It is so smooth. It is delicious. All right. And you don't have to drink a ginormous can either. We are going to get bigger cans, by the way. That's coming. But I like it like this because you kind of, it keeps it fresh. It keeps it cool. You drink that one down, then you wait a little while, you have another one if you want. Get that extra energy. Edge Energy Drink, myedgedrink.com. You can order it right to your home, wherever you at in the country. And, of course, Liquor Split here locally in South Florida. Of course, if you want to order snacks, drinks, liquor, Edge, do it, baby. All right? myedgedrink.com. And do it during a party, and you'll freak people out, and they'll go, wow, what is this? And they'll love it. All right, Bulls fan for the next 2 nights. Bucks tonight, Boston tomorrow. Lewis says, I'm amazed about the way we agree in terms of the Dolphins analysis, but how we disagree with life analysis. Well, that's the way it goes. Coaching is an art, and these 2 men will pass along what they've learned and make him a valuable player. Let's go, Iggy. I hope so, man. I hope they put some effort in trying to develop the kid, because you drafted him knowing he was raw. So, Big O, I grew up going to Strikers games in the 70s. Love the jersey you're wearing. Remember where you got it. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And this one I got online, I think it was. Or was, yeah, no, wait a minute. Yeah, no, it was online. It was online. Because there are some of those outlets that you can find some of the throwback stuff. Like I got I got a little Miami Gatos and Toros also, which is really, really cool. So I've got some of that also. Yep. I sport those there too. What else did we have to talk about here on the program that I wanted to talk about here? Oh, yes, I forgot to do that. By the way, Mr. Sean Stanley, one of the things we like to do, KSDT is a proud sponsor of our program, and obviously they sponsor the Cameron Wolf Miami Dolphin NFL reports, but they, life, sometimes sports and business, they collide. And when they collide, we have the KSDT Sports Business Report. All righty. Sean, it looks like the world of F1 is becoming a bigger part of my life. All right, because now I've got a race in my backyard, which is happening here at Hard Rock Stadium, which is awesome. I am doing everything in my power, okay, to create the opportunity for Sean and myself next year to be in Vegas for the night race at F1 and cover that F1 race in Vegas, be there during the week leading up to it, cover the events, all that stuff, do the shows from there. It's going to be an awesome event. So now I'm looking at it, and German manufacturer Audi has now increased their stake in Formula One in Team McLaren Racing, according to an outlet here. Volkswagen-owned Audi reportedly tabled a bid of $713 million, having initially offered $494 million. According to Automobile Wosche, I think is how it's pronounced, I'm not sure, Audi initially plans to invest in McLaren's Formula One division. A stake in the British sports car maker itself could happen in the second stage. The two parties were reportedly set to sign a letter of intent on April 4th, and Volkswagen's supervisory board will discuss the deal later this month. German media and Autocard reported last November that McLaren and Audi were in talks over a deal as the latter sought a way into Formula One. BMW, which also was linked to the partnership with McLaren, swiftly denied that the team had been sold, describing the story as wholly inaccurate, adding that McLaren's technology strategy has always been involved ongoing discussions and collaborations with relevant partners and supplies, including our car makers. However, there has been no change in ownership structure of the McLaren group. So we await to see if Audi ends up purchasing or investing or partnering into McLaren or whatever it is that they're going to end up doing. But that's a lot of money, man. $713 million. I've never been personally to a Formula One race in my life. There's only been a few in the United States. Have you been to one at all, Sean? No. Can you imagine that we've never been to a Formula One race and we have a chance to see one here in South Florida and then next year in Vegas? How freaking cool would that be, dude? I mean, that would be so awesome if we're able to do that. Have you seen the videos of the track in Vegas, how they're doing it, Sean? You got to check it out. You've done it. All right. Go to YouTube and check it out, how they're structuring the F1 race. And, they expect to hit 200 miles just on the strip alone, man. That's going to be so cool to watch an F1 race in Vegas. I hope we're blessed enough to be able to go cover that event. And it's not like I'm this F1 fiend or anything like that. My boy Toast, when we were doing Onside, he wanted to do F1 stuff. And I said, man, go for it. I have no problem. There's fans for every sport. And that's what I wanted to do with Onside, is make sure we covered every sport. Didn't matter. Some are going to get more attention than others, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't, show it any love whatsoever. And F1 is one of those that I've never had the pleasure of being able to go to an F1 race. You know what I mean? And I can't say that, I'm not going to lie to you. NASCAR is the one that I really enjoy. I used to enjoy kart back in the day. And then when it split up and kart and IRL and all that, I kind of got away from it. But NASCAR is the one that has the best storylines, the rivalries, all that kind of stuff. Now, F1, obviously. Now normally, Sean, F1, that's something we can't afford, right? From what I hear, it's a very expensive, event to be a part of, to attend, all those kind of things. But that's pretty good. That's your KSDT Sports Business Minute.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Appreciate that. As always, thank you all out there for keeping it locked. Hey, by the way, Sunday, I'll be in Orlando. I'm going to be at the Hard Rock in Orlando again. We were there about a week and a half ago. And Sunday, we're going to go back to go see Mammoth and Dirty Honey. And Mammoth is Eddie Van Halen's son, Wolfgang. That's his band. And they sound good. Wolf does a nice job, man. But I love Dirty Honey, bro. Oh, my God. Love Dirty Honey. That is a phenomenal rock act. If you haven't seen them, you should. All right. We thank Cameron Wolf, Manny Navarro, Omar Kelly, George Richards, and Anthony Chang. One hell of a list of guests, as always. We have the best guests. Tomorrow, we have some special guests tomorrow on the show. So we'll have a little fun as John Ruiz is going to be on the show with us tomorrow. So we'll definitely have a great conversation with John. I'm looking forward to that. I thank all of you out there. You see a little Nature Bee, by the way. If you need a little Nature Bee in your life, you want free shipping on your plant pollen, right there, Big O. There's the code. Whoa, right there, Big O. Use the code Big O. Nature Bee, baby. Plant pollen. Feel the power of pollen every single day right there. Those 2 golden capsules. Pretty soon I'm going to have to open that bottle. Anyway, so get those 2 golden capsules. Free shipping on all plant pollen. But try the soap. Love the soap. Try the lip balm. My wife swears by the wrinkle cream. I don't use it. She uses it. Anyway, we will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TV everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.